House is resumed.
Mr.
Floor leader.
Chairman, I move that we take up resolution of both houses number 7 and that the Secretary General and that the Secretariat be directed to read the title of said measure.
There's a motion that we take up again resolution of both houses number 7. Any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of resolution of both houses number 7.
Resolution of both houses number 7, entitled A Resolution of both Houses of Congress proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly Articles 12, 14, and 16.
Mr. Chairman, the parliamentary status is that we are in the period of interpellation with regards to the advertising industry. And for this purpose, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his interpellation.
Mr. Chair, inquiry lang po, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable
Inquiry lang. Mr. Chair,
Floor leader.
Inquiry lang po, Mr. Chair, since kanina we have a representative from the College Editors Guild of the Philippines na bahagi din po ng ating maging mga future mass media practitioners. And since we're talking about advertising, then Sir Chair, maaari din po nating mapakinggan yung inputs ng representative from CEGP. And I think hindi lang po na-recognize pa, Mr. Chair, sana po mabigyan ng pagkakataon to deliver their opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move for a 1-minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Ano? Hearing is resumed.
Mr. Chairman,
Floor leader.
allow me to reiterate my motion to recognize the Honorable Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his interpellation.
The Honorable Gabriel Bordado is recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, paragraph 2, section 11 of Article 16 is amended to read as follows, and let me quote. Only Filipino citizens or corporations or associations, at least 70% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens, shall be allowed to engage in the advertising industry unless otherwise provided by law. Unless otherwise provided by law, the participation of foreign investors in the governing body of entities in such industry shall be limited to their proportionate share in the capital thereof, and all the executive and managing officers of such entities must be citizens of the Philippines, unquote. Let me proceed to my questions. My first question, Mr. Chairman, is with over 50 million Filipinos having internet access and the increasing global trend of utilizing digital platforms across various industries, is the Philippine advertising sector facing challenges in adapting its practices to align with these new digital trends, given the country's status as the leading user of social media and the internet worldwide? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bordado. Floor leader. Any of the resource persons who would want to answer the query of Representative Bordado? Any of the resource person, you may do so in responding to the query of Representative Bordado.
Mr. Chairman, who are the resource persons in the advertising?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have actually Attorney Maria Teresa Faustino from DTI. Ma'am, you can take your seat here. And we have Attorney Hularbal, Attorney Rudolph Reggie Hularbal from the Ads Standards Council, and Mr. Abdul Mari Imao Jr. from the College of Fine Arts, University of the Philippines. May we request the DTI representative, ma'am, to take the seat in the front. Mr. Chair, may we request Honorable Bordado to reiterate the question?
Okay,
Representative Bordado,
Mr. Chairman.
please repeat your question.
My question is, with over 50 million Filipinos having internet access and the increasing global trend of utilizing digital platforms across various industries, is the Philippine advertising sector facing challenges in adapting its practices to align with these new digital trends, given the country's status as the leading user of social media and the internet worldwide? Mr. Chairman, will any of the
our resource persons.
resource persons answer my question?
Mr. Chair, may we recognize Attorney Hularbal of the Ad Standard Council?
The chair would like to recognize Attorney Hularbal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed with your response.
The Philippine advertising industry has also adapted to the digital trends, both in terms of creative as well as placements. In fact, there is an emergence of digital marketing agencies that are focused on making placements in digital platforms. These have not existed, rather their emergence came about 5 years ago to adapt to the digital trend. In terms of creatives, the advertising industry has also adopted practices, and this includes providing creative services even outside of the country. So, adoption to the digital environment has come naturally to the advertising industry. Otherwise, they would not exist in this present environment if they do not adopt.
So what challenges do we have right now? What are the problems facing the advertising sector?
I would say that the challenge is mainly the shift of advertising revenues. The advertising revenues have shifted from traditional media to digital media. So those in the traditional media are challenged by this. They have to cope up with the reduced budget And as far as the advertising industry, again, the shift to digital platforms has become a natural trend because of the demand of the market.
So in other words, you are saying, Mr. Chairman, that the challenges are
Not
virtually
insur-
non-existent,
They are not insurmountable, Mr. Chairman.
not
Insurmountable.
insurmountable. Okay, thank you. For the second question, Mr. Chairman, foreign investment in the Philippine advertising industry promises technological advancements, innovation, market insights, global networking, developmental opportunities, and crucial infusion of capital. But, Mr. Chairman, is amending the Constitution essential to attract foreign investors, or could vital industry improvements be accomplished through enacting new laws?
Mr. Chair, may I offer an answer?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my opinion, Your Honors, that the amendment to the Constitution is not necessary to enable foreign participation in the advertising industry. In fact, there are many ways by which foreign creativeness or skills can be utilized without changing the equity position currently existing. The business models have also changed because of the digitalization and the technological trends. Revenues may be channeled to investors in other ways outside of equity positions. So the answer is, it is my opinion that amendment of the Constitution is not necessary.
Okay, so in effect, you are saying that there is no need to amend the Constitution insofar as the advertising sector is concerned.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Also given the purpose behind the limitation imposed by the Constitution, the objective is to ensure that advertising content is not against Filipino culture, Filipino institutions, Filipino values, etc. This is content regulation, which can be accomplished even without changing the equity position.
Okay. My last question, Mr. Chairman, in its June 28, 2022 ruling concerning Rappler, the Securities and Exchange Commission underscored the significance of sectors like mass media being exclusively owned and controlled by Filipino citizens. The SEC asserted that permitting foreign control might wield influence over public opinion, potentially swaying beliefs to the detriment of the Filipino populace. Given the close association between advertising industry and mass media, wouldn't granting foreign entities greater control yield similar consequences?
Mr. Chairman, may I answer the question?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a matter of content regulation. And foreign participation in the advertising industry does not necessarily negatively impact on content. There are media platforms is different from content. And advertising content which are against Filipino values, the way of thinking, Filipino aspirations, etc., can be regulated without necessarily regulating the platform, which are media platforms. So even in media platforms, there are content that are foreign. And as long as control of the platform is limited to Filipino citizens, the influence of foreign content might be controlled. In the case of advertising content, they are again placed in media platforms in the Philippines, radio stations, television stations, own platforms such as internet websites. Also, in terms of social media platforms, they're all platforms for advertising content. But there exists in the Philippines self-regulation in terms of advertising content. Also, there is a natural, there's an innate corrective measure in advertising. And that is advertising content that runs against the grain of culture or local aspirations, create a negative brand. We have experiences in the advertising industry where an advertising material is influenced by foreign thinking. It does not resonate with the Philippine public, and it creates a negative brand equity.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative Bordado. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Bong Teves of Party List TGP.
The Chair would like to recognize Representative Bong Teves Jr. of TGP Party List.
Mr. Chairman,
He's not around. Floor Leader.
since he's not around, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
The Chair would like to recognize Representative Arlene D. Brosas. Please proceed with your interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, what I am getting, Mr. Chair, doon kanina sa mga tanungan, blooming naman yung industry natin, ad agency industry natin, ano, rito. Kahit na hindi full foreign ownership ang allowed. Yun po yung nagigets ko. At baka mas magkaroon pa ng disadvantage for local advertisers, baka maging biased pa at saka mas ma-recognize yung mga kumpanya sa labas kung gagawin natin ito. Mr. Chair. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, do we have any data to show the number of advertising companies who are foreign-owned? And how does this compare to the number of advertising companies who are fully Filipino-owned? Meron po ba tayo niyan?
Mr. Chair, I can only speak or give data pertaining to the 4As, that is the Association of Advertising Agencies in the Philippines. There are about 60 member advertising agencies of 4As, and 40% of that, or 24 of them, have foreign investors. So that is the data. There are new types of agencies, which are the digital marketing agencies. They have their own association. Unfortunately, I was not able to get their data. There's also the media agencies, which are different from the creative agencies. So creative agencies are more concerned about the creation or formulation of advertising campaigns. The media agencies are concerned with placement of this advertising material in media platforms. digital marketing agencies are those that focus on digital advertising platforms. I'll probably hazard to say that there are more than 100 advertising agencies, inclusive of these three types of agencies.
Mr. Chair, do we have a PSA member here? Kasi baka sila yung nakakaalam ng data, no? The Philippine Statistics Authority.
Floor leader, meron ba?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, for today's hearing, the Philippine Statistics Authority is not around.
Not allowed?
Not around.
Not around. So, Mr. Chair, wala tayo kahit yung basic data nitong ano. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask, sana kung meron din tayong mga creative agencies na pinatawag.
Sorry, may the Honorable Arlene Brosas reiterate the question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, meron po ba tayong mga creative agencies na pinatawag? I believe you were saying, no, yung media agencies, creative and digital.
Well,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, they did not come.
The agencies intermingle, mean to say, some agencies are creative, that they mix with media. Some media agencies provide creative services, etc. Mr. Chair, I'll endeavor to get the data on how many digital agencies there are, creative agencies and media agencies, and I'll provide them through the COMSEC.
Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Dumdum is also raising his hand. May I request that he be recognized?
The chair would like to recognize Mr. Dumdum. Please proceed with your response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to add some information that might be crucial. Yes, it is true that in the Philippines, we do have a 70-30 restriction against advertising agencies. Now, the truth is, in Singapore and even in Hong Kong, there are what do you call this, advertising companies that are over there, and there are many of them, particularly in Singapore, which actually have a lot of Filipinos working, particularly in the creative side of these advertising agencies. So that means the writers, the directors, the graphic artists, etc. So there's a lot of Filipino talent in Singapore working in the advertising agencies there. And it turns out that these advertising agencies are not only catering to the local Singapore content. They actually have what you call an advertising hub in Singapore. Basically, these agencies there cater to the entire region. Whenever there are advertising campaigns across the region in Southeast Asia or even East Asia in general, these companies make content that is used in the rest of the region. So it's not only for Singapore. And nasasayangan lang ako na imbis na sa Pilipinas na set up itong mga regional hubs na itong mga regional companies that are, these advertising companies that are catering to the region rather than just the Philippines, hindi dito na set up. Na-set up sila sa Singapore. Tapos, nandun ang mga magagaling nating mga creative people sa Singapore. Maganda sana kung dito na lang ginawa sa Pilipinas. Kung wala sana tayong 70-30 restrictions, nandito sana sa Pilipinas ang maraming mga kumpanyang yan. Kasi nandito naman ang mga talento. Nandito ang mga magagaling nating mga writers, directors, other, artists, graphic artists, etc. Nandito sa Pilipinas. Ang nangyayari, nandun sa Singapore or even in Hong Kong, nagtatrabaho, nagiging OFW na hindi kasama ang mga pamilya. Nakakahinayang lang talaga. So, Why not change this in the Constitution? Remove these restrictions so that the Philippines, with all its great talent in advertising, in these particular endeavors, the Philippines can become the hub of creative activity that caters to the industry, the advertising industry for the region. Pwede naman eh, di ba? And then we will have more of these really good people here in the Philippines staying with their families. Nandito yung mga magagaling na tao, walang problema. Basta tanggalin natin yung 70-30 na yan para yung mga companies na yan in advertising can set up here and cater to the rest of the region. Yun lang po. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, yes, you're saying something from, ano po ito?
You may respond, kindly state your name for record purposes.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Ray Luciana, the Deputy Secretary General of the College Editors Guild of the Philippines. I would like to manifest our own research on this particular topic regarding advertising. In essence, actually, we have a very vibrant advertising industry even before. In Chit de la Torre's book, Advertising in the Philippines, it is well documented and manifested that advertising since then had been a booming industry in the Philippines, showing and showcasing our local culture, protecting our identity, and promoting the Filipino name, the Filipino identity abroad. However, with the lack of opportunities that comes with the attack brought by rampant commercialization of industries and at the same time, monopolization of opportunities for advertising, our advertisers have decided to cross the straits and get better opportunities abroad. If we are ever to push for charter change, maybe we should think of supporting our advertising industry once again and let this industry come back to life. Yun lang po.
Yes, Mr. Chair, naalala ko kasi we did the creative industry, 'di ba, bill, law na actually, 'di ba, bill last time, and the issue of those na nagtatrabaho sa ibang bansa, sa creative industry, ay yung protection pa nila ng mga Pilipino, yung protection nila. Hindi pa nga yung kung nandito eh, 'di ba? Kasi parang it doesn't matter, borderless na eh, 'di ba? Parang ganun yung gets ko, Mr. Chair. Mas yung pangangalaga pa sa karapatan at kagalingan ng mga Pilipino na nandito sa mga industriya na ito, na lumalabas din sa ating bansa at nandito rin sa ating bansa mismo. Kaya ko po tinatanong, yung very specific, halimbawa, meron bang fully Filipino-owned ad agencies among the top 10 advertising agencies dito sa Pilipinas? Meron po ba kayong, to our resource persons, meron po ba kayong alam? Meron bang fully Filipino-owned ad agency na nasa top 10 advertising agencies sa Pilipinas?
Mr. Chair, I think if we're talking of the top 10, these have foreign investors.
Foreign. In terms of competing for projects, mas may edge ba ang may foreign equity ad agencies versus fully Filipino-owned sa ngayon?
Mas may edge yung full-service agencies. And to be full-service, usually it entails more capital than yung full-service kasi from creatives to placements ang servicing. And these are among the top 10 agencies. Smaller agencies have limited resources and therefore have limited chance of bagging contracts, although they survive.
Okay. Mr. Chair, ang hirap lang manghula nang wala kang kahit small advertising agency na magsasabi o magsasalita ng kalagayan ngayon, ano. Parang napaka-broad nung ano, kasi they will attest kung ano yung nangyayari sa kanila, no? Kung meron tayong representation dito, Mr. Chair. In terms of clientele po, are there foreign brands being handled by local ad agencies dito sa bansa natin?
Yes, in terms of brands, foreign brands are also handled by by Filipino advertising agencies. However, approvals are done regionally. So these are Nestle's, for the Nestle's,
Nestle?
some other foreign brands, Alaska, McDonald's, etc. They're handled locally, but approval usually is regional.
Regional? What do you mean by regional?
The concept, for example, is approved on a regional basis to align with global trusts. And also the budgets are regionally approved. The allocation per country is determined regionally.
So sino pong nag-a-approve niyan kapag may mga ganyan? Basically, anong institution?
The advertiser.
The advertiser. Kung sa regulation ng ads, sino pong nag-aano nun? DTI?
Meron pong mga content regulation ang DTI found in the code of the Department of Trade and Industry, such as advertising that are misleading, etc. But this is internally handled also by the industry through the Advertising Standards Authority. We screen advertising materials.
Ano po? Screen?
Yes, the advertising industry agreed to create the Ad Standards Council.
Ad Standard Council. Meron po ba tayong kayo po yon sa Ad Standard
Yes,
Council?
Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, I represent the Ad Standards Council, and this is a private organization.
What about yung government, DTI per se?
DTI has its own department handling advertising content. Likewise, FDA for goods and the advertising of goods that are regulated by the Department of Health.
But that is only for goods. Hindi yung intangible. Merong mga intangible sa advertising.
You mean services?
Oo, digital creations, ganyan.
Yes.
Even DTI handles that. Meron bang ganon?
I think the DTI's code does not refer specifically to digital material.
So, Mr. Chair, may we know from DTI, ano ang inyong nire-regulate? Ayaw? Hindi umaano? Microphone yata.
Hindi abot. Mr. Chair, with regard to the role of DTI in regulating advertising, I think it is more on for the interest of consumers. in line with the promoting and advancing consumer welfare, we make sure that the products are as advertised, the truth in advertising, so to speak. With regard to the question on digital advertising, I have no information as of now po, Mr. Chair.
Pero what is the role of DTI dyan? Meron ba?
Pag sa Mr. Chair, pagka sa ano, sa yung sa
Digital
digital
advertising,
advertising,
creative economy?
ang so far po yung ang naging role talaga ng DTI is more on the tangible products, ensuring the quality and safety ng product. As of now, I am not aware if meron na po on role ng DTI on the regulating on services po, ano? So, wala po akong information as of now.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, the Consumer Act of the Philippines provides standards in advertising, such as truth in advertising, misleading advertising content, etc. And this does not distinguish whether they're going to be placed in digital platform or traditional media. These are advertising standards that cuts across any type of advertising material. The Food and Drug Administration has also regulations pertaining to advertising of regulated products.
FDA, pero tangible po yung products din.
Yes,
Hindi.
tangible products. And in case there is a violation of the Consumer Act or FDA's rules and regulations, a cease and desist order is issued to the advertiser so that the media platforms will discontinue the advertising material.
So sa inyo pa rin yon, kayo rin ang nag-regulate?
Insofar as the Consumer Act is concerned, we are in coordination with DTI. We collaborate with them. And more often than not, the cease and desist order are coursed through us, and we serve it upon our members. That is also true with FDA.
Okay. Mr. Chair, there is a growing market for digital advertising. Has the Filipino ownership and management of ad agencies been negatively affected by the changes in types of advertising now? Meron bang ganon?
Mr. Chair, in fact, the Philippine advertising agencies have benefited from the digital platform or advertising in the digital platform. Also creatives for that matter.
So hindi kayo naapektuhan? Hindi kayo negatively affected by...
Maybe in terms of media placements, because digital platforms such as social media platforms have their own advertising platforms where you can place advertisements without coursing it through a digital agency. Direct placements, Google Ads or Facebook.
Is advertising covered by free speech?
To a certain extent, because commercial speech is also protected by the Constitution. But it is, of course, not superior to political speech.
Eto po, if the management and the heads of advertising companies are foreigners, how will this affect the types of ads that are to be produced?
It might be influenced by foreign thinking. But in terms of whether or not it will be allowed in advertising platforms, such as radio, television, or digital platforms, there are advertising standards that protect Filipino interests. And if the material is negative or is is not consistent with Filipino culture, Filipino values, etc., this would not be allowed under the standards of the Advertising Standards Council.
Yes, kaya may regulation na ganun. Pero kapag fully owned and may full ownership yung ano, paano yun? Paano pagka ina-advertise niya, 9-dash line? Ano yan? Sa China yung ano?
The
Paano maapektuhan yung ano?
Mr. Chair, the gatekeeper would still be the media platform. Just to give an example, a couple of years ago, a food chain produced a material where the grandfather was passing a sandwich to the grandson under the table to influence a response from the grandson. The advertising material ran for a couple of days until a negative reaction came from the public, because although passing a sandwich under the table might be acceptable to Western culture, in the Philippines it means bribery. And therefore, the advertising material was pulled out of media platforms. In the digital platforms such as Facebook and YouTube, the advertising material might be pulled out because it is inconsistent with acceptable community standards. So there is self-regulation, and there are corrective measures to ensure that advertising materials are consistent with the culture, locality, and practices, aspirations of the country or community where they are placed.
Actually, that's my dilemma po eh. Hindi po ba kapag naging fully owned at fully managed ang advertising companies ng foreigners, instead of Filipinos, the types of ideas to be pitched and to be given will be less Filipino-centric and instead will have foreign influence that may be against or anti-Filipino?
Mr. Chair, again, a brand will not advertise if it will create a negative image. And so if an advertising material is not acceptable to the community that it's being aired or showed, it will not be a successful campaign. This is a corrective measure that is inherent in the industry, that the objective of an advertising material is to create positive brand value. And this includes respecting the culture where the material is being shown or advertised.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, no? Kasi yung RBH7 mag-100% ownership siya eh, 'di ba? So kung hindi na Filipino-owned 'yun, how will this affect yung advertising dito sa Pilipinas? So kung wala nang restriction para doon,
Mr. Chair, we are not advocating a no restriction policy. There should be restrictions that govern the advertising industry. Equity is just one of them, but content regulation is another. So there are ways to ensure that Filipino ideals, culture, values, etc. are protected without necessarily relating to equity position. In fact, again, whether it is maintained at 70-30 or more favorable to the foreign investment, because of the nature of the industry and the borderless and technology making businesses borderless, we feel that foreign influence would still be in advertising material with or without the change in the equity position.
yes, it seems that even if hindi fully foreign-owned or managed ang local advertising, the advertising market of the Philippines, magta-thrive naman siya eh, di ba? So, with the current Philippine Constitution, that executive and management control of the advertising agencies are fully Filipino, there is assurance that ads that are shown in the Philippines are locally inspired and imbibe Filipino views. Ngayon, bakit kailangan nating ibahin yung gumagana naman sa atin, hindi naman sira, di ba? So, yes.
Mr. Chair, if just to add context, I think the debate has really been about the equity structure. In constitutional history, the second paragraph of Section 11 is special to the advertising industry. So, of all the capital restrictions in the Constitution, this is the only one where there is a special restriction on the private industry regulation. And the reason why it's like that is because there is a recognition, even as early as 1987, that the content regulation of the advertising industry is largely private. So, for example, to the Advertising Standards Commission, that is because there is a free speech exposure to the advertising industry. So, if if the representative would want to consider, for example, that the advertising industry is 70-30, it is a constitutional recognition that it has both public utility but also mass media elements. So the focus has been so far on the first paragraph on equity, equally important for the constitutional angle, and regardless of how Congress decides to liberalize the industry, is the limit on participation of foreign investors in the governing body. Because that would be, in the constitutional scheme, the only body that can regulate the content as robustly, because there are commercial speech aspects that the courts might not be comfortable with regulating. So in the discussion earlier, for example, with regard to the FDA and to the Consumer Act, the limitation by the FDA and the DTI on those aspects of advertising is very limited to misleading advertisement or to dangerous advertisement. And so there's a lot of reliance on the private governance of the advertising industry, hence the second paragraph of Section 11, which I understand will also be liberalized in RBH number 7.
Yes, kaya nga highly speculative din na sabihin natin na hindi magbabago yung mga regulations and everything kung ganun kung 100% ownership na ng foreign. So kung mag-apply, does it apply pa rin? 'Di ba? Mr. Chair, kaya yun yung mga dangers, no? Doon sa if they will pitch in anti-Filipino sentiments, paano yun, 'di ba? How will we do that? Mr. Imao, please.
Mr. Chair, may I share an opinion lang on discussions within the academy concerning the fields of art and culture, is that the liberalization of the creative industry, such as advertising, probably, is one form, will have some effects on the newly enacted Creative Industries Law, which aims to strengthen the rights and capacities of creative firms, artists, artisans, creators, workers, indigenous cultural communities, content providers, and stakeholders in the creative industries. This effect, yung napapag-usapan namin, and concerns involve ownership issues of creative outputs, which means that these foreign firms will own even creative outputs that concern our cultural heritage and identity. We need to study its impact on a national strategy of cultural identity through the campaigns such as soft power, which is yung gustong pag-aralan ng creative industries law, as our product, yung pinaghuhugutan natin, yung sarili nating cultural narratives. Since the final say of content generation will rely on foreign approval and foreign ownership. Kaya yun lang po yung mga lumalabas na usapan rin within the academe, na pinag-aaralan namin ngayon kung ano yung not necessarily repercussions, pero sa effect with the newly instituted Creative Industries Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto ko sanang itanong yung reason, yung reason kung bakit nag-70-30 talaga kasi syempre yung Constitutional Commission naman talaga may reason kung bakit nila yon nilagay. But unfortunately, wala na tayong constitutionalist dito sa body ng mga tinatanong ko. Baka ihabol ko na lang for next yung tanong na yon. And meron pa bang gustong magsalita? Siguro si Mr. Takase?
Yes, pa. So Mr. Chair,
Attorney Tamase, then si John Ray Luciano.
Mr. Chair, just to respond to the representative's question on why the decision was a 70-30 decision, 70-30 equity restriction. So the records of the Constitutional Commission would bear that there was initially a debate whether to qualify the advertising industry as mass media on the one hand, which would subject it to 100% foreign ownership, 100% Filipino ownership, or a public utility along with telecommunications, which would subject it to a 60% Filipino ownership. I think somewhere along the debates,
Why did they come up with 70-30?
because
When in the public utilities, 60-40 siya.
yes, because Mr. Chair, there was a recognition that the advertising industry or the advertising had both a public utility aspect but also a mass media aspect. So it was caught somewhere in between. There was a recognition that advertising, for example, would be able to influence potentially consumers, and it also had effects on consumer welfare. So that makes it closer to, that would be the public utility element in terms of regulability. But at the same time, because advertising is also done through mass media, and there is a free speech element, then there was a view that advertising was closer to mass media. So in order to split the difference, there was a decision to make it uniquely a 70-30 division. So if I'm not mistaken, even in the current foreign negative list involving other regulated industries, advertising would be one of the few, if not the only one, that has a 70-30 split. And it was precisely because of that unique element of advertising. Now, of course, at the time that the advertising industry was put in the Constitutional Commission, the industry, I think, looked very different from what it is now. So that might be the new element in terms of how we currently understand that provision of the Constitution.
Pero now na nag-modernize na, nag-iba na yung itsura, parang how will this affect talaga yung advertising industry, di ba?
If I can add, at the time of 1986, when this was being debated, you think of advertising, ma'am, as covering, for example, in newspapers or in TV and radio. And so that's why the association with traditional media is very close in terms of including a higher protection for it and not just a 60-40 protection.
Oo,
But
kasi
now,
parang pag radyo nun, ibig sabihin kapag pinapakinggan mo, most of the naririnig mo sa radyo, puro mga songs ng foreign. Ganon? Kaya ba?
no, I don't think that was the reason. It was more of that they just couldn't qualify it as telecommunications, but they also couldn't cover it fully as media because I think there was a recognition that advertising transcends and the media is the platform, but advertising itself would be separate and discrete. So that's the reason why it was a 70-30. They tried to, I think, split the difference between regulating it as if it were mass media or regulating it as if it were a public utility.
Okay. Thank you. Siguro tanungin natin yung mga framers din ng Constitution. I would like to be, ma-clarify ko kung ano specific yon. But anyway, Miss, saan na tayo? Si EGP, no?
To supplement the points given earlier po, it was also noted that during the national or the 1986 Constitutional Commission, commissioners have recognized that advertising is an important or is a dynamic conduit of our culture. And at that time, we are on the path of reorienting our values, our principles, no, as a nation that has been always subjugated to foreign interest. So at that point, our commissioners have noted, and according to this Constitutional Commission notes, a reorientation of the values of the Filipino people and media, particularly advertising, have a very important role in the molding of the kind of orientation and national consciousness that people must have. If we cannot liberate ourselves from this kind of control, then we will never get started to what we envision to be a self-reliant and independent country. So the point is, our constitutional framers at that time valued how much we would like to reestablish the Filipino identity, and seeing that media and advertising had this great role in facilitating such, initiated the limitations on the equity. That's my point po.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, John Ray. Sa creative economy po ba, meron bang makakapagsabi kung ano ang condition ng creative economy natin right now? For example, ang share ng creative economy natin sa GDP? Is there anybody here? It seems, Mr. Chair, walang sasagot sa tanong ko na yun sa creative economy. Wala tayong resource speaker. Particularly, no, kahit sana yung sa digital advertising, tsaka yung sa creative economy, creative industry related activities. Yes, Ms. John Ray?
The PSA states that in 2022, this is the latest data we have seen, it contributed about 7.3% to the GDP po.
Yun yung contribution niya sa creative economy. Bumaba.
Yes, Ms. Chair.
Yes, bumaba. Anyway, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, since wala yung ibang, hindi ako maka-expound doon sa ibang mga questions sana na gusto kong tanungin, Mr. Chair, because wala yung mga pupwedeng sumagot sana, just for example, yung small advertising company or siguro yung mga into the creative economy. At siguro maganda ring makausap natin yung na merong nagtatrabaho, no? Nagtatrabaho dito sa creative economy, whether nasa ibang bansa or nandito. Kahit nga Zoom malaman natin anong conditions ng mga Filipino na nandito sa creative economy. Tapos how will this really affect them? Yung 70-30, kung tatanggalin yung restriction, o bakit kailangan pa natin tanggalin yon kung ano yung workable talaga sa atin, Mr. Chair. So, yun, Mr. Chair, siguro that is the last of my question para dito sa advertising. Para sa advertising ownership and management, Mr. Chair. And, okay na. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Rosas. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez.
The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. Please
Thank
proceed
you,
with your
Mr.
interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Majority Leader. My first question will be to Mr. Dumdum. You have stated that if we don't have this 70-30 equity provision and limitation in the Constitution, it would have been possible that those in Singapore and other countries, multinational advertising agencies, would have located in the Philippines. Did I hear you right on this?
Yes, my understanding here is essentially if we did not have these restrictions, these 70-30 restrictions, then indeed the Philippines could have been turned into the headquarters or the regional hub of many of these advertising agencies that are currently using Singapore as their hub.
And then if these companies are in the Philippines, then there will be no need for Filipinos to go to Singapore to work or other other countries hosting large advertising companies, correct?
That, yes, indeed, the chances of Filipinos having to go to Singapore will be lessened. I'm pretty sure there would still be Filipinos going to Singapore to work, but at least if we had our advertising hubs or headquarters for the region in the Philippines, there would be so many more jobs for people in the creative industry, particularly in the advertising industry.
And indeed, those in advertising, the Filipinos will indeed like to stay in the Philippines because Singapore is the finest city. It finds everything. And it is not very neighborly because Taylor Swift cannot go to other countries like the Philippines. So not neighborly. But that's beside the point, Mr. Chairman. So in other words, if we open it to 60-40, then possibilities are there will be relocations of some regional headquarters here, and it will mean rentals of our spaces in the country, correct?
Yes, there will be, well, to begin with, there will be more jobs available to Filipinos. And then, yes, vacant rental units will be used more.
Yeah, that would be my next question, that if they will be allowed here at 100%, for example, they put up their regional headquarters here and then rent spaces which will be vacated by POGO, because I am the author of already prohibiting POGO in this country. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree with that, Mr. Chair.
Second, so therefore, if we have them here, then Filipinos who are very much adept into and trained to advertising there will be job creation for those in the advertising industry, correct?
That's right, Your Honor.
So in other words, there will be quite an opening of our country to have foreign investments as far as advertising is concerned if we lift the 70-40. Now, if we digress the records of the advertising industry, we can see that almost, as you have said, and then I will now ask my upperclassman at the UP College of Law, and of course, Reggie Holarbal, a good friend and a fellow UP graduate from the UP College of Law, the best law school in Diliman, because the best law school in Quiapo is San Sebastian College of Law, where I was the dean. So, to Reggie, Reggie, you have stated, and it's a very good observation, that what we have at present is that it is immaterial, to use your words, immaterial and irrelevant. In relation to advertising, whatever we do with the Constitution, it is not necessary, as you have said, because it is now borderless. It is now, through internet and so many other advanced technologies. But at the same time, I would like to ask Reggie that if you are able to tell the world that the Philippines is open for business, advertising, education, public utilities, then they would think of being able to invest here. And as I've stated, it will have more jobs to our Filipinos. They don't have to go abroad. Rental spaces and more income in terms of payment of taxes that will finance the 4 Ps, as stated by a good friend of ours, a good colleague earlier. 4 Ps were reduced by 13 billion. So would you not now reconsider your statement, my dear schoolmate, in relation to lifting it so that we are able to get more investments on advertising in the country?
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, a lifting of restrictions on advertising in terms of equity would definitely would be a factor in enticing foreign investment in the Philippines. And with more advertising agencies or the growth of advertising agencies, there are collateral businesses that would be improved. It would create more jobs, definitely. But it could also affect the smaller advertising agencies in the sense that they would need to compete more, be more competitive than they are now in order to survive in the advertising industry. But there are jobs that do not necessarily require the presence of foreign investment in the Philippines also because of technology advancement.
So you would admit, my schoolmate, that opening this up would really be able to create more jobs for our country and more taxes for companies coming in to finance the social programs of the government.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, my schoolmate. Now, in a situation like this, you said that of the 10 advertising companies, the top 10 in the Philippines, there is always foreign equity. Is correct?
I believe the top 10 agencies have foreign equity.
Yes, and but the problem is that they're only limited to 30%. And is that correct? Only 30% for
Yes,
foreign
in terms,
equity.
in terms
That
of
is the
equity.
Constitution.
In terms of equity, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
they're limited to the 30%.
30%. And won't you feel that if a foreign entity is going to invest his or her money, giving it only 30% and having no control over the operations of the advertising company would be a lesser attraction than if the foreign entities could come in and control by having 180%. Would you not agree that there will be more foreign participation if we have more than like 60% foreign? Because companies, as we know in business, it's always a matter of control. And in fact, I am really worried that there may be violations of the anti-dummy law because of the 30%. And therefore, I'm not going into that. This is pure speculation, but it's very possible that some of the companies in advertising, which allegedly only have 30%, may have really dummies who are Filipinos, who are really just holders in name of companies. But I'm not going into that because with this amendment, Mr. Chairman, if we amend this, there will be no need for dummies in the entire spectrum of foreign investments. In the case of Fraport, Mr. Chairman, it was found that they violated the 40% and they lost in the Supreme Court. And the government has to refund because it's already paid. And they were over the 40% for airports. So we cannot have a foreign entity coming over and violating the 60-40 on public utilities, and airports are public utilities. So these are the kinds of dangers that we would like to already address so that we can have no more violations about this particular public utilities. There will be no dummies. There will be no violation of the 40% in advertising, 30%, and also education at 40%. And so, Mr. Chairman, we would like to therefore ask our professor from the fine arts, do you still have that position that we have to really be able to just really make sure that advertising should not contradict the Filipino culture, the Filipino identity, and the Filipino vision? Professor Imaw, are you related to the national artist?
Yes, I am a junior, actually.
See, that is why, Mr. Chairman, we are very fortunate to have the junior national artist, Mr. Imaw. Thank you for coming here. and giving us, your presence because you also look like your father, but more handsome. So
I agree po,
Yeah, are you
Mr.
going to still stick to your position that we have to control? This is really control of advertising to make sure that Filipino identity culture should be always be preserved. The answer of our distinguished Professor Dr. Imaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The position right now, no, technically, of the College of Fine Arts is to continue the discussions with regards to this
Okay.
proposed amendments. No? Kasi nga, as I've said before, it has effects in relation to the aims and aspirations of the newly minted Creative Industries Law,
Yes.
in which it is a national strategy to promote one culture within the region. So what better in hindsight, what better people to promote that and to create a national strategy would be the Filipinos themselves, no? We are open. No? There is the discussion that it is unavoidable that liberalization to a certain degree and globalization will affects the industry, especially in the arts and culture, no? As we mine yung ating mga cultural and artistic narratives as our basis for content production. Pero yun nga, with the entry of foreign nationals and companies, syempre, nagiging worried rin kami how we can prepare. No? I'm limiting my concern within the academe, no? How we can prepare our students for a new ecosystem, samantalang may problema pa may mga existing problems pa tayo na na-experience within the art ecosystem and cultural ecosystem itself. No? Ang paniniwala namin is patibayin muna with our existing laws and regulations and with the institutions we have such as NCCA and its adjacent agencies, the programs that addresses strengthening identity. Before we let siguro foreign players come into the picture. Yun lang naman kasi as a word of parang very cautious rin lang kami kasi kailangan rin po naming punan in terms of yung sa academic curriculum namin and programs para maging prepared yung aming mga estudyante sa bagong ecosystem na i-introduce natin.
Thank you, Professor Imaw. Is it not that if we open this and there'll be more job opportunities, the graduates of the best college of fine arts in the country, that is your UP Fine Arts, would be able to easily be absorbed and be able to, work well in the Philippines if we open this. And of course, being scholars ng bayan, they have been inculcated with so much national identity, national culture, the regard for our identity. I don't think that there is a chance that our graduates of UP would stray from the mission of being scholars ng bayan, that we will always preserve our culture and our national interest. Don't you agree? First, I thank you that you're still studying. Probably after hearing me, your study will be on the side of pro RBH7. Can we hear you now? You're graduating really excellent students because no other university. UP is the national university. It is by law the national university. CHED does not even have a say on what UP will do. And that is why you have the academic freedom to be able to make your students the best, not only in the Philippines, but the world. So can we hear you now that opening this up will make our students, be attracted and will now really be working in the Philippines and not relocating themselves abroad, Professor Imaw?
Yes, on my personal opinion, Mr. Chair, it will open up additional opportunities for our graduates, definitely, no? Because as much as we want, no, to create or to help, no, educate yung mga artist and creative industry leaders natin, no, we want them to be globally competitive.
Can we stop the clock because it's running, Mr. Chairman, when there are answers that should be supposed to be counted on me. So can you go back to 8 minutes? I was watching it and it continued for 3. It's now 11 minutes.
You
And I don't
cannot-
know why when I speak, they always include the answers.
The distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, we cannot turn back time. I'll give you more time.
That is the best, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Okay,
you.
2 minutes.
Always to
2
the
minutes.
best majority leader entire House had. Thank you. So now let me continue because you see, it was running. I was always glancing at it because I want to have the particular time. So back to Professor Imao. That is why, don't you also agree that when we put unless otherwise by law, Congress precisely will legislate and therefore make sure that these foreign entities will not violate any of the ingredients and the parameters of Philippine sovereignty, Philippine national interest, national security, and Philippine culture. Because we are only approving an amendment that says that the Congress shall be able to legislate and will invite you again. Because I am sure that this particular RBH will be approved and will have a plebiscite very much nearer than March but May 2025. And when that happens, when these are approved, we will again have a forum like this so that we can hear you again on what are the particular safeguards so that we will not lose Filipino identity, culture, and the art. Do you agree with that? That, Congress can legislate precisely to regulate foreign investments in this country on advertising. Professor Imao.
Yes po, I agree on several points that you have raised, Mr. Chair. Ang ano naman namin sa academy is that whatever the decision of the majority in terms of the representations that are being made within this House, no, kung ano man napag-agrihan and it is enacted in law, no, we respond to that, no, in terms of program development, curriculum development. We will do mitigating policies siguro or academic policies that will address kung meron kami nakikitang pagkukulang or may mga we adapt in terms of whatever is handed to us, no. Pero siguro we would like to thank the body for allowing us to at least share yung mga concerns namin na alam naman namin napapakinggan at siguro kahit papaano magre-reflect kung ano man yung magiging mga further policies lalo na pag gagawin na yung mga IRR at saka yung mga implementing policies, no, with regards to this amendments, no. Kaya nagpapasalamat po kami for this opportunity and rest assured that the College of Fine Arts, upon your invitation po, will make itself available for continued discussions, no, and consultancy with regards to these amendments.
Thank you, Professor Imao. I'd like now to go to the DTI. Don't you agree, Madam, that if we lift this particular limitation to advertising, then there will be a lot of transfer of technology, transfer of modern ways in having advertising be that will follow the best practices of the world. So there will be improvements because we now have, regional headquarters. They have a national, they have the world organization in a particular country. And so we will get the best practices already and improve the entire advertising industry in our country. The DTI.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Agree po. I agree po to what the gentleman said. And opening up of not just the advertising industry, opening up of these industries would actually foster competition, it would invite or attract a lot of players, and then we could say na it would by fostering competition, we could expect higher or more quality products and services in the market, which would redound to the benefit of the consumers. And on the other hand, it will generate jobs for our people. And as mentioned earlier, this may actually reduce the reasons for some of our kababayans from going abroad and instead be here, because there will be more opportunities here. So they will be able to use the skills, the talents here in the Philippines instead of other countries benefiting from them. So we agree with what Mr. Chair has said.
On that note, Mr. Chairman, on the note that the DTI is really fully backing RBH7, we thank also Mr. Dumdum for giving us that overview of what are the benefits of opening up, and my dear classmate who has already admitted that indeed there will be more job opportunities, and to Professor Imao, thank you. You are truly a Mindanaonon, because Mindanaonons have this broader outlook, because we in Mindanao had always been a land of promise. By opening all of these provisions, limiting prohibitions, like for example, Lanao del Sur of Congressman Zia, we will therefore be able to have more investments that may come also to Mindanao, provide more employment, provide taxes for our social programs of the President, who is saying that we should now be with Bagong Pilipinas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez from the City of Golden Friendship. Your
Mr.
leader.
Speaker, I now move that we suspend consideration
Sandali lang.
with regards to the proposed advertising.
Your leader, Representative Lagman.
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions with respect to the third topic on advertisement. I hope I can be acknowledged. I already made my reservation earlier.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that
Your
we
leader.
recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman.
The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his interpellation. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start my question by directing it to Professor Imao Jr. Incidentally, I am a very small art collector, and I have 5 pieces of the works of the national artist Abdul Mari Imao. The question is, are you teaching and graduating students in the creative arts at the UP College of Fine Arts just to be employees of multinational corporations, or for them to establish their own niche in the field of creative arts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. In the UP, as you know it, UP College of Fine Arts and the rest of the colleges in the university, we are identified as a research university. Therefore, it is not only in a matter of producing graduates who would be industry leaders, no? May they be multinational or national corporations. No? We prepare them also to be independent thinkers. If they want to go into another path and do advocacy works or works that are not necessarily, we say, economically viable as artists, no? Kasi creative industries po yan, no? And we encourage that, no? We allow our students to have a very fair and balanced educational curriculum in order for them to later decide on what path they will choose, no? Will they either be good employees of these big and prestigious corporations, or will be serving the nation, no? Yung paglingkuran ang sambayanan, kumbaga, no? Through the arts culture, no? And we're very mindful of that, no? Of creating that atmosphere in which our students have that choice, no? Or are prepared to make that choice later on, no? Kaya napaka-importante po sa amin na hindi lamang po pinag-uusapan yung economic viability ng kanilang piniling landas sa sining, no? Pero yung napaka-importante rin po rito ay yung pwedeng maging contribution nila sa national identity, national pride, at yung palalimin palalo yung ating kultura at sining, no? Maging contributor sila. The College of Fine Arts has produced around 13, I think, no? I may be wrong, 13 to 14 national artists, no? In the visual arts. And all of them, most of them, have this, kaya kinilala po sila, it's not just because they have become successful in their fields financially, no? Some pwede, no? Pero kinilala po sila dahil yung contribution nila para sa kamalayang Pilipino through the visual arts, no? Kaya napaka-importante po sa amin na balansehin as much as we want to produce industry leaders that will be in the position to sit in those big corporations, ay napaka-importante po sa amin na mag-train at magturo ng mga estudyante na yung kumbagay sasaloobin at isa sa puso yung paglingkuran ng sambayanan po.
Thank you for that answer, Professor Imaw. Now, I would direct my next question to the schoolmate of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, who is equally talented like our colleague. I don't think the reason for the 70-30 equity distribution in advertisement was because of just a split between the 60-40 for utilities and the 100% for media. I think there must be some overriding reason why there is this preference for Filipino and Filipino corporations in the advertising industry. Would you tell us what is that overriding reason? I am directing this question to my Panyero, the schoolmate of the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro City.
May I answer, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't know why it is 70-30. But the majority control, I believe, was because of the impact of advertising messages on the public. And that is to protect Filipino interests?
I think that is well said. Because advertising is a powerful tool in shaping societal norms and values, creating and reinforcing stereotypes, influencing consumer behavior and preferences, shaping cultural values and priorities, and influencing the thought process. So, if this is the invaluable role of advertising, then it must be under the control and ownership of Filipinos. That is the overriding reason why our Constitution provides for a Filipino equity dominance in the advertising industry. Now, I am asking this question to any of the resource persons. Under the present Constitution, how robust, competitive, and profitable is the advertising industry in the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Dumdum, you may respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the answer to the question is that the advertising industry in the Philippines at least is able to produce a lot of high-quality professionals who, as I said earlier, end up working abroad at some point. And I think it's because innately a lot of Filipinos are very good at arts and in writing and communication skills. But then, unfortunately, I guess the compensation maybe is not as good as what they would have in countries like Singapore. That's what makes people move over there. But in terms of producing the talent, we are able to do that here in the Philippines. The advertising companies in the Philippines are able to do that. It's just that perhaps compared to, say, Singapore, the compensation in Singapore appears to be much better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative
does that
Lemon.
answer my question? It talks about talents, but I'm talking about the industry. My question is, how robust, competitive, and profitable is the advertising industry in the Philippines under the present Constitution? To my mind, under the Constitution, the advertising industry in the Philippines is robust, competitive, and profitable, even with a 30% equity from foreign investors. I have seen, Mr. Chairman, the advertisements in other countries, particularly in the ASEAN Pacific region, and I believe the art creations of our Filipino talents are definitely more superior. There are many modalities and modes for foreign advertisement businesses to participate in the Philippine advertising industry without the need of setting up a corporation and investing capital in the country. Is that correct? I direct this question to, again, my compañero.
Mr. Chair, that is correct. Equity positioning is not necessary for participation in the advertising industry.
Thank you for that answer. And I would reiterate what you have said earlier, that there is no need to amend the economic provisions in the Constitution with respect to the advertising industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, distinguished resource persons.
Thank you very much, Representative Lagman. Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, may I now move that we suspend the deliberation insofar as proposed amendments on Article 16, specifically advertising industry is concerned. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to suspend deliberation on
The advertising industry,
advertising.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I now move that we resume consideration of the proposed amendment specific on the education sector. And this pertains to Article 14. And for this purpose, I move that we recognize
There's a motion
to take up
amendments on education. Any objection? There is none. Motion is approved. Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Roman Romulo of the Lone District of Pasig City.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Roman Romulo.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed
Chairman,
with your
members
interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
of the committee as a whole. I already indicated yesterday that I wanted to ask clarificatory questions, especially to former Justice V.V. Mendoza. Justice Mendoza, in fact, was a professor when I was in UP Law. In fact, I was not able to enroll in his class, but I sat in his class because he was known as a foremost constitutional expert. I sat in his class for constitutional review. So yesterday, I did not really have the chance to listen to everything he said because we had other meetings, but there were some things that I heard. One, he said that he had 3 objections to the Resolution 7. He said, first, he said that the insertion of the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law, is in his opinion, objectionable. I know he's not present anymore today or this evening, but I know that he has a representative, and I had asked earlier if the representative is familiar with what former Justice Mendoza had stated earlier, and if he's familiar with, if that is correct, if that was the stand yesterday of former Justice Mendoza.
Mr. Chair, if I may. To clarify, Congressman Romulo, I'm not Justice Mendoza's representative, but we've worked recently and I'm quite familiar with the argument that he's making. I understand, based on his testimony yesterday, as well as his answers to the interpellations, to the clarificatory questions, that Justice Mendoza views that certain adjustments that Congress may wish to implement to the economic structure of the country, if RBH number 7 is passed, would be contrary to several provisions of the Constitution that are already existing. They will include, for example, Article 2, a section Article 2 which talks about an independent and self-reliant economy. They will include certain similar...
Attorney Paulo, I will go to that. But
Yes.
the first point that he mentioned was the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law. Did I hear that correctly, or I misheard that? That is not objectionable to him.
No, to be very clear, that section is objectionable to him.
To include a phrase, unless otherwise provided by law.
Yes, in the particular provisions of RBH number 7, because that as I understand from his testimony yesterday, would constitute a fourth mode of amending the Constitution, and that's an amendment by Congress to the legislation that will be produced from RBH number 7's provisions if they are so engrafted into the
But
Constitution.
Attorney Paolo, currently, Section 14, Article 12 of this Constitution already provides a similar phrase with respect to the practice of professions. It has a similar phrase already. So the fact that it is already in the Constitution right now, he's saying that the Constitution now in that particular article is unconstitutional.
Congressman,
But am I correct? Is it current? Is a similar provision or similar phrase already present in the current Constitution?
Mr. Chair, if I may. Yes, there are not only this provision in Section 12, but there are several bylaw provisions in the Constitution.
Correct. If it is already there in the current Constitution, then that is why I was wondering why he would object to the same phrase when it is already existing. Anyway, I think we should be clarified later on that. Second, he was mentioning Article 2, Section 19 about must remain in the self-reliant, must remain in the control.
To be clear, Mr. Chair, so that was just how I wanted to illustrate the logic behind Justice Mendoza's objection to the unless otherwise provided by law provision. So as I understand it, in his testimony, some of the measures that Congress would pass to, for example, liberalize the economy would run contrary to Article...
But that is hypothetical.
That is a hypothetical.
All right, that's clear. So it is not unconstitutional per se, but it is a hypothetical thing. He's just giving us some reminder.
As I understand
Correct.
it, sir.
Next, the last thing, in fact, he also cited Marbury versus Madison. In fact, before I go to that, there was also a statement that he said that if we are to amend using this particular resolution, he said that it must be by Congress in joint session assembled, the vote of each house to be counted separately. I was looking through the Constitution. I could not find that. So where did he get that?
Okay.
That is his interpretation? Or is it actually in the Constitution?
Mr. Chair, if I may. The requirement of separate voting and joint meeting is not in the text of the Constitution. However, Mr. Chair...
But aren't we just supposed to read the text? Isn't that statutory construction? That is exactly what we should follow. Has the Supreme Court ruled on this particular matter? Are you aware?
Mr. Chair, in constitutional law, sir, the belief of many professors is that the Constitution goes beyond the text. The text is the primary skeleton, if I may use that
But
analogy.
as you said, the belief, and meaning by the belief, it's an opinion. My question now, has this already been brought to the Supreme Court? Has the Supreme Court already ruled and said that this is the way this is supposed to be interpreted?
Mr. Chair, not before the Supreme Court.
Not before the Supreme Court. So it is still open to many interpretations.
Yes, sir,
Yes.
including
Yes,
those...
both,
by other
all
branches.
interpretations.
Yes,
Attorney
sir.
Paolo, next, for education itself. Earlier it was asked, what was the reason behind the equity restriction? What was the ratio? Why did the framers decide to put a restriction?
Mr. Chair, if I can quote from the deliberations of the
Yes,
1986...
from Commissioner Gascon, I suppose.
Yes. The passage from Commissioner Gascon is that the basic principle that we would like to assure in this Section 2C, which is now Section 4.2, is that educational institutions play a role in instilling values and consequently the molding of public opinion. So basically the intent when we speak of educational institutions being wholly owned by Filipinos is that in the rearing of Filipino citizens, Filipino values are encouraged, which are elaborated in Section 2A.
That is correct. He wanted to ensure that, to instill Filipino values. When was this again written? 1987. It's a 1987 constitution, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we read laws or even the constitution, we must contextualize it. Is that correct? Meaning, during that time, technology was not yet present. In fact, we did not have Wi-Fi at that point in time. So the reason, in fact, for the equity restriction, which is actually to instill Filipino values, may no longer really be present anymore, because with social media now, there is so much influence that any Filipino, any citizen can actually be influenced. Is that fair to say?
Sir, if I may give
Is that fair to say?
I think it is fair to say.
Yes. By the way, this particular provision in 1987, was this the first time this was introduced in our Constitution? Was it present in the 1973 Constitution?
Yes.
It was. That is correct. What about in the 1935 Constitution?
On the education provision, sir, I cannot recall exactly, but I'm certain that it was in 1973.
In 1973. And again, the circumstances in 1973, 1987 are far different from the environment that we have right now. Right now, there are many influences, including social media, YouTube, and all that, and many other in technology. I think that is fair for us to say. So, Attorney Paolo, thank you very much. There's also a CHED person that is present.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. But before it, I will go first to DepEd. I think Yusek Omar, clear naman sa usapan namin ni Attorney Paolo. This provision, it was not only contained in the 1987 Constitution, but in the 1973 Constitution. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Earlier, you responded to a query that you are now instituting a matatag curriculum and that you need 20 more years. But 1973 pa, meron na tayong restriction. How many years from 1973 to 2024? How many years have passed? 51 years. And in 51 years, the state of Philippine education, based even on EDCOM 2 Year 1 report, is dismal. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So we've had this constitutional restriction for 51 years, and this is where we are today. Is that fair?
That's factual, Mr.
That's
Chair.
factual.
Yes.
Secondly, hindi ba nagkaroon na tayo ng, ngayon, EDCOM 2. So kung nagka-EDCOM 2 ngayon, we had EDCOM 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. When was EDCOM 1?
We believe 1991.
Yes, that's correct. You said, in fact, if you read the report of EDCOM 1, most of the priority areas identified at the beginning of EDCOM 2 were actually already taken up in EDCOM 1, and they had suggestions on what to do. But then here, we are still in the same boat that we were in at that point in time. But now you're telling us you need more years in order for us to ensure quality education, despite the 51 years that passed, despite the EDCOM 1 already having all these reforms in mind. And reforms were done. But then we still are in this, probably not, baka in a worse boat, in a worse situation right now. So now you want another 20 years.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Of course, yes, Yusek.
I apologize for the statement earlier. The matatag curriculum being implemented is a K-12 curriculum. And what I really meant to say was from the start of the kinder grade 1, grade 4, and grade 7, which was piloted last year and up for implementation now, it will have to go through the whole 12 years for full implementation. But we are by no means saying that we will wait for 20 years, Mr. Chair. We expect to have incremental improvements, definitely, as we are addressing the education problem on several facets, as I started discussing, and that the chair is very aware, as we have had many hearings, Mr. Chair.
In fact, Yusek Omar, no? I think when we talk about opening up equity, ownership for purposes of education, we are not talking here about investments really from foreign or FDIs coming in. What we are referring to is quality of education. We want to hasten the quality of education to happen here in our country. In fact, you also said earlier, Yusek Omar, under the current system, pwede naman pala eh.
If I may,
Correct?
Mr. Chair.
Under the current system, under the restrictions now, it is, in fact, pwede talaga makapasok yung foreign ownership.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, just again, to preface our statement, the position of DepEd is contained and will remain limited to basic education. And under the proposal, under RBH7, there is no proposal to modify or change the equity requirement. So all the discussions earlier seem to have connected the DepEd position to higher education, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, the DepEd completely, if I respectfully may repeat, defers to the CHED and to this August body on how to proceed with higher ed, Mr. Chair.
Pasensya na, Yusek Omar, malapit na yung oras ko, ang dami ko pang tatanungin. So, isi-skip ko na muna yung iba. I will go, because kanina meron isang point about nationalism. Diba? Sinasabi na the moment we allow all these foreigners to come in, we are endangering the Filipino identity, the Filipino culture. Let me ask you, under the K-12 curriculum, kailan huling tinuturo ang history class, ang Philippine history class? Grade 4 or grade 5? In fact, may pending bills before my committee asking that Philippine history be returned to junior and senior high school kasi tinanggal ng K-12. Sino ba gumawa ng K-12 curriculum? Filipino. Tayo rin. So again, let us not use nationalism because we ourselves, under the K-12 curriculum, had actually removed the Philippine history. Do you confirm that? I mean, sa senior high school, may Philippine, junior high school to senior high school, under the K-12 curriculum. Under the K-12 curriculum, may Philippine history pa ba? Okay, anyway, you can...
Definitely, Mr. Chair, definitely. We're asking for the details because...
Under the K-12 curriculum, meron at that, are they under oath?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. We'll clarify. We'll clarify, Mr. Chair.
In fact, as I told you, Yusek Omar, there are pending bills before my committee asking that Philippine history be returned, be taught during those crucial stages. Because dun nga yung nationalism, yun ang sinasabi natin eh. But Pilipino ang gumawa ng K-12 curriculum. So tayo rin ang nagtanggal niyan. Anyway, Yusek Omar, sige, marami talagang challenges ang basic education. Pero one challenge, one very important challenge is really, do you have enough teachers? How many teachers do you have in basic education? Bilisan, ay, hindi pala. Hindi counted yung time mo.
We have almost 1 million.
Almost 1 million. Do you have enough teachers o kulang pa yun?
Right now, we lack teachers.
Yes, and can we both agree that teachers are the most important ingredient for quality of education?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, it can be
Higher
argued.
education, matanong ko sa inyo, para maliwanag tayo, ano ang average passing rate sa licensure examinations between 2009 to 2023 para sa elementary and secondary teachers? So it spans from 2009 to 2023.
Mr. Chair, for secondary education, for between 50,
That's
50
not
to
true.
60.
I'm telling you, we have the report. Please double check.
Yes.
Between 2009 to 2023, what is the average passing rate for elementary and secondary teachers? This report was submitted to EDCOM 2 by PRC, I believe.
Mr. Chair, if I remember, it's between 40 to 50 po, Mr. Chair.
Let me make it easier for everybody. Between 2009 to 2023, the passing rate for elementary was 33%. For secondary, for the licensure examinations, it was 40% passing rate. So do you think there is much improvement to be desired in our teacher education programs? Ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then the next question is this. Between 2012 to 2022, we have close to 200 HEIs combined na, no, elementary, giving Bachelor of Elementary and Bachelor of Secondary Education that have no passers at all. Is that the quality of education that we want for our country? Yes?
Yes.
That's what we want.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That's what we want.
No, Mr. Chair. We confirm that in our review of the statistics from the PRC, Mr. Chair, there are more or less the ones that you have mentioned, 200 institutions which have not which have very low let passing rate, Mr.
All right.
Chair.
I have more questions but wala nang time. Dinabad, very quickly. Dinabad, you keep on mentioning the transnational law. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What basically does what does this allow? Does it allow foreign schools to establish 100% subsidiaries here or a university or a college here?
No, sir.
Exactly. What does it
yes.
say?
It says
has
that
to
they can-
have a local partner.
Yes, a local
Correct.
partner.
So parang
Filipino-owned.
linkages lang rin. Di ba?
Yes.
Pangalawa, na-mention mo kanina, you send teachers abroad for further studies?
Yes, we do have. Your
Yes,
Honor.
you do send. So, again, the saying, what is sauce for the goose is sauce for the... But again, ayaw natin maniwala doon. Ano? Teachers lang ang pwede na may foreign. Ano? But again, let me mention this. This is not for foreign direct investments or anything, from my point of view. From my point of view, we want quality education. As much as we can get good universities to come in to provide that, to improve the passing rate, in fact, and for our teacher education programs. Do we not agree on that?
Yes, sir. We do love
So
to...
primarily, di na ba't pasensya na, wala na akong oras eh, naka-time
nga eh.
expired pa nga eh. Let
Sige
me just,
po.
so ibig sabihin, yung primary concern lang po ninyo, and I hope I do not offend you or anyone, is really it's an economic issue.
Not necessarily, sir, if I may answer.
Why not
What we
necessarily?
just want is that there is no reverse discrimination, that if you were to allow foreign investors here in education, that we will not be unduly prejudiced in the sense that there will be reverse discrimination against Filipinos and in favor of these foreign investors.
How?
Your Honor.
You will still be there. You've had since 1973. You've had a monopoly since 1973 up to today. 51 years. Is that not enough? And then suddenly now, you say that you will, how will you be prejudiced?
Your Honor, in the sense that, in fact, the chair yesterday
Yes.
suggested additional incentives to entice the foreign universities to come here and establish campuses. Now, our point is that will they now be allowed to own land?
Okay.
Secondly, what about the incentives? Will we be given the same incentives as that given to
Yes.
the
Now I
foreign
understand, Dinabad.
investors? And
What you are saying is that per se, the opening up of higher education institutions to foreign ownership per se is not actually objectionable to you. What was objectionable was what the CHED chair said, that that they should be given additional incentives and things like that. Is that correct?
we're saying that we are very concerned and therefore at this point we object.
Why?
Yes,
Again,
for the reasons I
the
already
only reason that I can get from what you are saying since yesterday and the whole afternoon,
Yes,
it's
sir.
an economic thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Not
so at
only
least we're
that,
clear on
but the
that.
fact that there is also a lack of parameters on allowing them to come in. In
But
fact,
that will be,
I
again,
pointed out as regards academic freedom, if the foreign university were to be allowed to come up with a curriculum that would deter us from teaching Filipino values, because if you do not make those parameters, sir, then
but
they
you've had
could.
51 years.
I'm just talking about the possibility, sir.
Possibility.
Yes, sir.
Hypothetical rin.
That is why I'm trying to warn this body that if at all they make those parameters to make it equal.
Yes, but I fully agree with you. I
Yes,
think we
sir.
should not give them more than what we are giving any local university. But per se, just the opening, my only question was really just the fact that we will open up ownership of HEIs. That is solely what is for me, but what I was asking. With respect to incentives, I think the local university should get more, the local college should get more, but I'm just saying just to allow them to be able to establish more than what they are allowed right now in terms of ownership. That is
Well, sir, I am just raising our serious concerns and letting you know that at this point we object.
yes.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I know I'm past my time, so I will just wrap up with just one point because EDCOM 2 seems to be referred to many times. And just to avoid any misimpression with respect to the stand of EDCOM 2 with respect to ownership, at the very beginning of EDCOM 2, the internalisis, the opening up of HEIs only was identified as one of the 28 key priority areas that EDCOM 2 will take a look at. The first year, we took a look at the first 23 already. This year, this particular priority area will also be reviewed. But it's, of course, limited to HEIs. So with that, Mr. Chair, if there is another round, then I will again ask the other questions I could not ask. But thank you to our resource person. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Zia Alonto Adjong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur.
Representative Zia Alonto Adyong, please proceed with your interpellation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Majority Leader. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Chair, let me lay down the premise of my questions. Mr. Chair, back in 2013, there's a study done by Varghese, and I would like to quote a portion of this study. With the expansion of the knowledge economy, the knowledge produced by the higher education sector and the skills possessed by graduates are becoming deciding factors in promoting economic progress and social welfare. This is also being reinforced by a study done by World Bank in 2002, and I would like to quote an excerpt from that study. The globalization of production demands that standardized skills and training meet global standards irrespective of location. Many of these skills and competencies are developed predominantly at the post-secondary level of education, unquote. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask CHED, are they aware of these studies?
Yes, I think, yes, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, would it be safe to assume, Mr. Chair, that the representative from CHED can enlighten this representation as to what knowledge economy really is and how it is related to the trend in relation to globalization, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, that was also discussed in our Commission and Bank Knowledge Economy. That pertains also to um, uh, digitalization, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry if I might not be able to give it to the to this body the technical side of it, Mr. Chair. But um, of course, yung knowledge economy would bring about rapid brought about by rapid developments, brought about by globalization, Mr. Chair. But as to the technical side, I might not be able to give it to you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair, would it be also safe to say that knowledge economy is premised on the quality of our educational system, post-secondary education system, meaning in our case, in the Philippines, these are the SUCs and these are the colleges that provide for a post-secondary level education. Would it be safe to assume, Mr. Chair, that based on the status of our educational system right now, would the CHED be confident that we are producing highly skilled graduates so that we may be able to be at par with the requirement by the global economy, Mr. Chair? Based on the data, Mr. Chair, of those previous interpellators that we have provided, again, I don't want to reiterate again the position that the data seems to be very, very dismal. Is the representative from CHED confident to say that based on the status of our educational system here right now, Philippines can be at par with the rest of our neighboring, I do not want to go farther than Asia. Just settle with the ASEAN region, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, it has been raised in several forums, of course, the disparity on the knowledge versus the skills and the underemployment also of our workers, Mr. Chair. So on that area, there are many things that have to be done yet, or many challenges that have to be done in order to address that area of underemployment, which because of lack of certain skills.
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, it's a good thing that you mentioned that term, no, lack of technical skills. So, would it be safe to assume now, Mr. Chair, that since the representative from CHED has already accepted that there's a very limited avenue for our graduates, say for example from state universities and SUCs, to avail of the transfer of technology, the transfer of skills, research capacity based on the status quo? Would it also safe to assume now that perhaps we can improve on the quality of our education? Should there be no restrictions in the foreign equity, Mr. Chair? Because I'm asking on the basis of the status quo right now, and currently, what we have seen based on the data is talagang dismal po. So it's a way of maybe improving the quality of education, since CHED has already admitted that there's really a problem in terms of high-skill technical skills transfer, research capacity transfer, and sharing of information and transfer of skills, etc. Would it safe to assume, Mr. Chair, that perhaps it's time that we can improve on our educational system? In relation to this plan or proposal to revisit the economic provisions?
Mr. Chair, of course, partnership and collaborative agreements, especially with higher ranking or globally or internationally ranked institutions, would bring about increase in the technical competence of the faculty members and of the students they will be teaching, Mr. Chair, especially on very specialized areas, niche areas, Mr. Chair, that are not within our jurisdiction yet. Example, Mr. Chair, areas such as railway management or other areas which are considered niche, Mr. Chair. So,
sorry to cut you off there, ma'am, but would that be a reason enough to say that perhaps the status quo is no longer working?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Chair.
Would that be a reason for us, Mr. Chair, given that what you have said is that you don't have basically what you're saying is you have very, very limited, no? Ang ano. So would that be enough reason for us to probably convince ourselves here the status quo is no longer working because we are at the bottom in terms of data, the quality of education. So we need to perhaps explore other means to improve on our quality of education, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, we are progressing. At least for higher education, Mr. Chair, we are progressing. In fact, for the year 2023, we have now 83 internationally ranked state universities and private higher education institutions. But but considering rapid developments in other ASEAN countries as well, Mr. Chair, we should be able to take that opportunity also, Mr. Chair, for rapid development as well. What I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that we are progressing, but we can progress more rapidly as well, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I ask Mr. Dumdum? Mr. Dumdum, I'm sorry to ask you this again. You've been a OFW for how many years?
For more than 20 years.
For more than 20 years. So you are now exposed to other countries, specifically Singapore, on how they handle their economy relating to relating to their quality of education there. Am I correct?
Yes, that's right,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Would you agree that the globalized world is all about emerging markets, and emerging markets requires new skills and technology, which actually what the higher education is all about and expected to provide?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
Okay. It's a good thing that you agree on that, because that is exactly what this study done by the World Bank and by the Varghese studies, which I would like to I would like to quote, Mr. Chair, and this is on the same study conducted. The challenge facing the Philippines is that the growth experience in the higher education sector has not been matched by adequate resources to deliver relevant skills. So my question now, Mr. Chair, is how do we be able to improve on our system, the educational system, and avail of the trend that is now happening all over the world, in the ASEAN, for example, if we do not even want to revisit and take a look at what are the weaknesses and the failings that we have experienced in the past. Would you agree with me, Mr. Dumdum?
Yes, Your Honor, I totally agree with you.
Okay, thank you very much. May I ask if there are representatives from other schools available, still here? My next question, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, would you know, Mr. Chair, if this knowledge economy are now being part of the plan or part of the paradigm of our current local HIEs, Mr. Chair? Do we have the necessary relevant skills needed to spur economic growth and global competitiveness for the graduates of this our local HECs, Mr. Chair? Maybe from Adamson University? Do you impart in your policy, Mr. Chair, that you are in your current, for example, curriculum, you are also appreciative of the study conducted by World Bank, and that you are also producing highly skilled graduates to be part of a knowledgeable manpower so that our country may be able to be at par with the other ASEAN countries such as Singapore and Vietnam now?
Yes, sir. This is something that we strive for consistently all throughout these years.
Then why do we still have dismal data in terms of the manpower, in terms of lagging behind, no, in the globalized economic market? I just want to narrow in the ASEAN lang, no? Why do we
Your,
have that data?
Your Honor,
If we are very, very successful,
Your Honor, I am unable to answer that particular question because I am not in a position to do so.
okay,
What I
thank you,
know
yes.
would be with respect to our member schools in the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities that we do have a high percentage of passing percentages in licensure examinations, and therefore we believe that we have tried as much as possible to supply quality education to our students.
Thank you. Can I have the response of Ched?
Same question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Na kailangan ko bang i-repeat uli?
Apo,
Hindi
hindi
na?
po.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. If the HEIs are able to inculcate knowledge economy, then why is it that we are still lagging behind? One area, Mr. Chair, that we are not really able to capitalize on is, of course, the area on research. In international ranking, it's also one of the areas, Mr. Chair, that some of our higher education institutions have a challenge of really maximizing the points for ranking purposes, Mr. Chair. So,
That's the very contention of this representation eh. Kasi based on the status quo, I'm a very simple man, guy, an average-minded guy. Hindi ako abogado, hindi ako, but just I based my conclusion using my common sense. Right now, all of us here are saying, hindi pangit yung status natin, pangit yung ano. But why do we keep on defending the status quo? You yourself said that you are very limited. There are shortcomings, no? Would this be itong proposal? Would this actually make your job a lot easier?
yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, the CHED Chair is supporting this provision, Mr. Chair,
Okay, thank
because it would open up the economy, especially invite other foreign higher education institutions to have branch campuses here in the country, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that reiteration of support. Now, Mr. Chair, back in 2006, Vietnam, prior to 2006, Mr. Chair, Vietnam was also very restrictive in opening up their economy, particularly the educational sector. But in 2006, they have changed that position, Mr. Chair. May I know if Dr. Araral is still online? Is he still online, Mr. Chair? Doctor, I would like to, yes. Dr. Araral, what do you think prompted Vietnam to change their position from being restrictive and into opening up their economy, particularly on the educational sector? Okay, we cannot hear you, Dr. Araral.
Secretariat,
Can
could you
somebody
please
from the
check
Secretariat,
if
please?
our resource person is still online?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Assalamualaikum, Congressman.
Alaikum assalam.
When Vietnam opened up in the late 1980s, they started off with light manufacturing, mga garments and shoes. But they know that their economy cannot stay very long with low-skilled wages. So they decided to industrialize. So they entered the export market for electronics. But they were just doing simple assemblies. And they wanted to bring their economy to a middle income status, which they have already achieved. But in order to do that, they need to invite multinational companies. But multinational companies will not come unless the conditions are there, low taxes, infrastructure, skilled workforce, and so on. But they managed to bring all of those things together. But one problem was that they don't have enough internationally oriented or English speaking workforce. Marami pong pumunta na Japanese, Taiwanese, and South Korean companies sa Vietnam, but they don't have the international. Local workers don't have the international outlook. That's why the Vietnamese government encouraged foreign universities to come to Vietnam because there's a high demand for the local workforce to study abroad. That's why today Vietnam sends 132,000 students to study abroad because there's a high demand. And when they go back to Vietnam, they could easily be absorbed by the multinationals who work in Vietnam because they will be given preference over local workers. Yeah, yun po yung story bakit in 2006 the government opened up the country to foreign universities.
And Dr. Aralo, is it true that Vietnamese restrictions are not in their constitution, and the Vietnamese Vietnamese government has actually gave its parliament, I don't know if they have a parliament, the Congress, the leeway to adjust and be flexible enough to be flexible enough to be in line with the trend in the global market? Is it correct that they are not in the restrictions in the Vietnamese previously, before 2016, was actually not in their constitution, but rather it was actually given a power to their parliament to adjust and be flexible enough to be,
Congressman,
to pass. Yes.
Yeah, it has never been in their constitution. They don't have any of those restrictions in their constitutions. It's only the Philippines that specify those restrictions in our constitution.
So would you agree with me, Dr. Arala? Mr. Chair, my time expired. May I ask for a few minutes extension, Mr. Chair? I know the chairman is very, very lenient, so...
Mr. Chair, may I move that the Honorable Adjong be given 2 minutes extension?
Okay. So, Dr. Araral, would you say that perhaps Vietnam would be a perfect model for the Philippines to maybe to follow? Because there's also a study. I'm sorry, Mr. Araral.
Yeah.
There's also a study that part of Vietnam's reason for opening up their economy in terms of educational system, Mr. Chair, is that there's a lack of local capacity, unqualified instructors. These are the issues that came out why Vietnam has opened up their economy. There's simply a lack of local capacity and qualified instructors, nepotistic faculty appointments, and declining teaching standards of public universities. So maybe these are things that are present. I'm not saying that completely nakikita natin sa ating bansa, but I see a semblance of what Vietnam has experienced in the past. So would you agree with me if we, for example, say that Vietnam would be a perfect model for the Philippines to follow?
Congressman, when I started to work in Vietnam in 2009, they look up to the Philippines as a role model. In my last visit to Vietnam 3 months ago, they now look up to Taiwan and South Korea. They no longer look up to the Philippines. It's us who's now looking to Vietnam as a role model. But in terms of opening up the economy and opening up the education sector, yes, they've been lagging behind. And it's not only Vietnam that we should look up to, but the rest of the region as well.
Thank you, Dr. Al. Now, Mr. Chair, let me be more parochial in my next line of questioning. Mr. Chair, we are part of an ASEAN family. And Mindanao, just like the good gentleman, the veteran legislators from Cagayan de Oro, this is the exit and entry point closer to our neighboring countries, Indonesia, Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, Mr. Chair. And there is already a global trend, emerging market, In fact, Europe has already seen the potential of this industry. I'm talking about the halal industry. It's a multi-billion dollar industry, which I believe the government, the country, fails to take part of, Mr. Chair. Now, the drivers of the halal industry is those who are graduates and expert on one, Islamic financing, microfinancing. Number two, Islamic marketing. Number three is Islamic banking system, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the administrators of these private schools in the country, do you offer Islamic financing courses, Mr. Chair? Because all the apprehensions and the fears that I hear are product of a central mindset that we have here in the NCR. That's why we call Manila as Imperial Manila, right, Congressman Rufus? So, do you have the schools, representatives of these private schools, do you offer courses like Islamic banking, Islamic microfinance, that sort of expertise and courses, Mr. Chair? Ateneo, do you offer those courses? No. Yeah, I presume not. What about, do we have LaSalle here? No? This is the problem, Mr. Speaker, because we've been always pushing for inclusivity. What may be not attractive here may be attractive to us in the southern part of Mindanao. We want to take hold of this opportunity. There are a lot of money from the Gulf states, and even Malaysia, just no longer go farther than the ASEAN, who can in fact put up their the schools, and maybe because of the educational in the exchange of skills and competencies in the research, we may be able, from the BARM, the Muslim community here in the country, may be able to progress in terms of these courses and be able to produce highly skilled workers that the country may use to invigorate our halal industry, which is in many countries, surprisingly Thailand, among the ASEAN and Asian countries, Thailand is #1 and Singapore is following suit. That's the opportunity, Mr. Chair, that I think we are missing right now. And for us to be able to partake of that opportunity, it's time to really improve the quality of our education, because the quality of our education is actually the training ground for the next highly skilled, globalized, competent manpower. And I believe, based on the research persons, hindi tayo nagkulang. Kulang lang tayo kung paano natin sila i-maximize. Kasi takot tayo. Takot tayo sa mga dayuhan o kung ano-ano mang rason. Pero I think, sabi nga ni Dr. Araral, follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed. Dr. Araral, you mentioned earlier, I was listening to your response to one of our interpellators, one of my colleagues. You said outward looking patriotism or nationalism. Is that correct? Did I quote your correctly, Dr. Araral? Is he still online? Ang sabi po kasi ni Dr. Araral I think in Vietnam or in Singapore is hindi natin masasabi na hindi siya na patriotic. Hindi natin masasabi na hindi sila nationalistic. In fact, the reason why they open up their economy is they want to progress their country. And that is the very, I think, to me, that is the very, kumbaga, if we define patriotism, that is the very highest form of patriotism, to bring your country to progress. Sabi niya, outward-looking sense of nationality ang meron sila. So I think it's time for us to embrace that kind of concept and allow the whole country to really progress. I'm speaking from my coming from a community of Muslims here in the country who are closer to Malaysia, who are closer to Brunei, who are closer to Indonesia, who are even closer in terms of geography to Vietnam and Singapore. I think it's time to revisit the Constitution. There's nothing wrong with that. And let's be flexible in our objective to be more progressive and to produce a highly skilled, highly intellectual manpower produced by our universities so that we can be at par with the global trend. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Marami pong salamat sa ating mga resource persons for staying this late.
Thank you very much, Congressman Adyong. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize the Honorable Michaela Angela Swansing of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija.
The gorgeous lady representing Nueva Ecija is recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll endeavor to keep my interpellation short as there have been very extensive discussions on the matter, but I would just like to add a little bit more into the discussion, and I would like to direct my first question to Mr. Dumdum. Mr. Dumdum, I really do appreciate your insights in terms of injecting perspectives on the experience of different countries. So I would just like to ask more about that. Would you have examples on restrictions other countries have imposed on foreign universities who wish to operate or establish branches in their home countries?
Your Honor, I'm not quite aware of such restrictions of other countries. I'm quite aware of the openness of several countries like Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam. But in terms of restrictiveness, I'm not aware of any from other countries.
Yes. To that, perhaps, Mr. Dumdum, I could also just add to that on the case of Indonesia and how they were able to put some restrictions or conditionalities around around partnerships that their institutions had with foreign institutions. This, I believe, is very instructive to the discussion, and perhaps I would also like to raise this as a point to the Department of Education and to CHED as to how we could perhaps develop these guidelines, conditionalities for the entry of foreign universities. So first, they put restrictions around the fact that that foreign universities who would like to operate in Indonesia must be in the top 200 in the QS rankings for a particular subject area. And they gave a specific prioritization in universities that offer courses that are not currently offered by the universities in Indonesia. Second, they place conditionality around the split of local versus foreign faculty. So they placed it at 40-60, 40% being faculty from foreign citizens and 60% being Indonesian citizens. They also placed restrictions around conditionalities rather on these universities offering 4 compulsory mandatory courses, one being on religious instruction, the second being a course on Indonesian language, third being the Pancasila or their Indonesian state ideology, and 4, a course on citizenship. So perhaps the Philippines can also take a page from what Indonesia said. So we have here Adaling Panlipunan. I know in Histo we have a mandatory course around the life of Jose Rizal. We have what we have in Ateneo, the one that we have on immersion, I can't quite remember that course, but we have these particular courses that are specifically geared towards inculcating that sense of nationalism, patriotism, sense of civic duty among the students. So perhaps we could add those conditionalities as well. And perhaps here, I would like to throw a question to DepEd and CHED, whether they see any legal, constitutional impediments in imposing these sorts of restrictions on foreign entities, universities who would like to establish operations in the Philippines. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I could direct this to Yusek Omar or to our attorney from CHED.
May I, Mr. Chair? The question is on possible qualifications or
whether there are certain impediments, be it in terms of the Constitution, legalities, internal guidelines within CHED or DepEd that prohibits you from putting these sorts of restrictions in place.
Madam Chair, the question is for universities, restrictions on universities.
In general, foreign entities, foreign educational institutions who would
Yes,
like to operate
for
in the
basic
Philippines.
education,
Yes.
as we have discussed in part in the last 2 days, the requirement generally is there should be a Filipino-owned entity, either a Filipino citizen or a corporation of which at least 60% is Filipino-owned, with the exception that in cases of missionary schools and religious organizations, the ownership requirement is relaxed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with all due respect to Yusek Omar, I am very well aware of the restrictions that are currently in place in terms of foreign equity ownership for educational institutions. I mentioned specific restrictions, and I hope this would not be reduced from my time, as this is a clarificatory question to our resource person. So I specifically mentioned restrictions that Indonesia put in place for foreign educational institutions that would like to operate in Indonesia around faculty composition, around the sort of subjects that they should offer in their curriculum, a conditionality around the ranking of a particular school for them to be allowed. So these are, in my view, very good, it's a good benchmark or a good guide as to the type of restrictions that we could put in place to safeguard the Philippines or Philippine educational institutions. So I would just like to ask CHED and DepEd whether there are specific impediments to imposing these sorts of restrictions for foreign educational institutions who would wish to operate in the Philippines.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so far there are no specific restrictions in the nature of what were cited in the case earlier. Aside from labor rules on foreign employees and the constitutional requirements. Those are the things that I can think of now. Of course, there are other requirements, administrative in nature, such as ownership of sites. But with the character of the guidelines cited, Mr. Chair, I think the rules are presently silent.
Thank you, Yusek Omar. If I may, Mr. Chair, direct the same question to CHED.
Yes, Mr. Chair, on the part of the higher education, Mr. Chair, as of the existing rules now, Mr. Chair, the restrictions mostly on foreign higher education institutions are encapsulated in Republic Act number 11448, the transnational, Mr. Chair. So that covers, Mr. Chair, restriction on what foreign higher education institutions may partner with our higher education institutions here in the Philippines, such as it should at least belong to the top 500 universities, Mr. Chair. And of course, the 60/40, it's still stated in this transnational law. And then the restriction that the faculty members should be 80%. Foreign citizens may constitute up to 80% of the faculty and academic personnel and up to 40% of the administrative personnel, Mr. Chair. So these are the current rules, Mr. Chair. But if the question is there a restriction to put up other safeguards, Mr. Chair? I think other than what the Constitution provides, that the control and administration of education institutions shall be vested in the citizens of the Philippines unless shall be vested as of now in the citizens of the Philippines. That's one thing that you cannot change now because it is in the Constitution. In the other areas, Mr. Chair, it is as you may legislate, Mr. Chair, as the Congress may legislate, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I note these specific conditionalities as these hopefully would allay the fears of the Department of Education in terms of not being able to safeguard our curriculum, our universities from that as I quote in their position paper, dilution of cultural identity and a sense of civic duty. Sorry, civic duty was not part of the quote, but I hope that would allay the fears. There's also an additional conditionality in Indonesia wherein these 4 subjects pertaining to subjects relating to Indonesia have to be taught by local or Indonesian citizens as faculty. So hopefully, Mr. Chair, I highlight these conditionalities as again and again in the deliberations, we have talked about the possible dilution of nationalism, patriotism, which is the main concern of DepEd. And I hope with these safeguards having no impediments to being placed as guidelines, I hope that would quell some of the fears of the Department of Education. Let me move, Mr. Chair, to a second point and concern of the Department of Education, which is this may significantly diminish the department's oversight. I think this has been raised again and again by a lot of our colleagues here in Congress, that the amendments that we're trying to put in place will not diminish the oversight or control that the Department of Education or CHED has over the educational institutions operating in the country. Here, again, I feel like the case of Indonesia is instructive in that they say that there's an evaluation that the Minister of Education may routinely undertake on foreign universities, and that the minister may revoke the license of foreign universities based on the result of this evaluation. And there's also that additional safeguard where in the curriculum, all the licenses are secured with the Ministry of Education on their part, and here in the Department of Education. So I hope this once again allays the fear of the Department of Education in terms of giving up control and oversight. My next question, Mr. Chair, is directed to Ateneo and Adamson. If I may direct this to Attorney Abad and to Dean Abad. For the Ateneo, may you please let us know the nature of the current linkages or partnerships that Ateneo and Adamson has with foreign institutions? Let me start with Ateneo, also an alma mater of mine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Ateneo does have a number of partnerships with various educational institutions abroad, but maybe one that I was discussing with Dean Abad earlier was we have one with the University of Malaga in Spain. It's very involved, especially in the area of law. So there's a lot of exchange between the two universities, but nothing about equity or investment. No, just really about an exchange of ideas between two institutions.
Thank you, Attorney Abad. Dean Abad, if I may inquire about Adamson.
Good evening, ma'am. Adamson, I defer to the Elder Abad. The Adamson University does have linkages. As I said earlier, we still have a linkage with Teikyo University for robotics engineering. We also have linkages with DePaul University and St. John's, which is likewise run by the Vincentian congregation. We have Niagara University, and at present, they're now in Vietnam, working on a collaboration with a Vietnamese university of which I still don't know the name of, as well as in Cambodia and in Laos. So, but these are just still collaborations for dual, mutual cooperation, faculty development, and the referral of students. Now, as regards double degree, Your Honor, I am still not sure about it, but we can supply you with the details later on. Thank you very much, po.
Thank you, Dean Abad. May I ask a follow-up question, Mr. Chair? Are any of these linkages pertaining to research?
Yes, ma'am. Most of our research linkages are indeed in relation to researches.
Attorney Abad for Ateneo.
Yes, well, again, from the law point of view, there's a lot of research into historical documentation and literature that dates back into the Spanish period. That's why the linkage is important, because they're trying to sort of revive the discussions regarding the origins of our civil law and other laws that have found their origin in Spanish, the Spanish legal system.
Thank you, Attorney Abad. Mr. Chair, I am very happy to hear for our resource persons, especially in the part of Adamson, that there are linkages currently existing that are that pertain to research, because I believe that's really the value add that I believe these foreign institutions can bring in to the Philippines as well, in terms of being able to help us with research, provide us with the resources, the technology, the skills, the literature for us to be able to further expand our research. I mentioned that, Mr. Chair, before I go to that, may I ask Ched whether you would have data on universities that have research centers in the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but as of now, I don't have that specific data, but we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. If Chad may share that with me, Mr. Chair, that would be very much appreciated. I raise that, Mr. Chair, because one of the main benefits of bringing in these foreign educational institutions into the Philippines are the spillover effects pertaining to technology transfer and skills transfer. And we will fully be able to utilize this if these universities are able to establish research centers and thereafter establish linkages with local universities for collaborations around research. Let me again, Mr. Chair, reference the case of Indonesia, wherein they placed a conditionality wherein foreign universities shall collaborate with Indonesian universities upon the minister's permission in the fields of education, research, innovation for society and industry. And Mr. Chair, I would like to highlight that perhaps not only would bringing in these foreign institutions be very beneficial to improving or enhancing the quality of education for Filipino students, but also it would have spillover effects to society and industry. Let me cite a few examples. MIT, for example, has a collaboration with with NUS in Singapore. They have what they call the Singapore MIT Alliance for Research and Technology. And this is something that they were able to establish because there are no restrictions around that. One research center that I hope one day we'll be able to collaborate with in the MIT is the Koch Institute for Integrative Cancer Research. And we have so many promising researches in the Philippines around cancer, and perhaps there are limitations around like even gene sequencing, all of the information, the technology that we need in order to process all of these data. And so hopefully that would be one of the main benefits of bringing in these institutions, which is to advance research in the Philippines. And there's also that additional spillover around knowledge transfer in the industry. So we're saying that one of the restrictions around being able to do full knowledge transfer, technology transfer from foreign firms, even in the part of manufacturing and technology, to Philippine firms is that there may not be that labor pool or that capability among like Philippine employees to be able to absorb these new technologies, these new skills. And hopefully through these institutions, research centers operating in the Philippines, we would have that additional effect. Mr. Chair, I see that my time has expired. I have two quick questions, if I may. Would I be allowed, Mr. Chair, to extend my time?
One minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I direct a question to Ched on a different topic, would you have data on the number of students that have from Philippine high schools that have gained admission to the Ivy League or the top 10 universities in the world that have not decided to push through with their admission because of limitations in funding or budget?
I think I don't think we have that data, Mr. Chair. It may be the Department of Education which might have that data, Mr. Chair.
May I ask the Department of Education, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, we don't have the data, but we'll certainly check from our regional offices and our operations stand. At present, I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Yusek Omar. I believe that this is a very important data point to look at because I believe a lot of Filipino students are more than capable of getting into the top universities in the world. I come from the Philippine Science High School, and I know for a fact that several of my batchmates, or for every batch, are at least 10 students who get into the top 10 universities in the world. And I know that for a fact that several of my batchmates were not able to go because particularly of that budget constraint. And I hope that the Department of Education would look at this particular data point, as I feel that that bringing in these universities into the Philippines will be able to bridge that gap. We'll be able to give these students the same quality of education as they would have gotten had they gone to these universities abroad, but also make it more accessible to them and more cost-effective for them to attend these institutions. Mr. Chair, to close, I would like to close my interpellation on a personal note. And this is more of a reaction to the position of DepEd in saying that doing this may result to a possible dilution of the fundamental aspects of Filipino identity and culture. We have cited again and again that our national hero, Jose Rizal, has studied abroad and has returned to the Philippines. Several of our presidents have attended universities abroad, and they have chosen to serve our country and to enrich our country. And I would like to end on a personal note, Mr. Chair. I'm a scholar ng bayan. I graduated from Philippine Science High School, and I went abroad with the main objective of gaining knowledge and skills that would allow me to better contribute to the Philippines, more specifically to enrich policy making in our country. It is very sad to hear that some of our resource persons, some of those that we have heard during the deliberations, have equated going abroad to a potential dilution of our sense of nationalism, our sense of patriotism. Because more than anything, for me personally, it was that sense of patriotism, that desire to do something for our country, that propelled me to leave the comforts of home and to take up higher learning to further my education so that one day I will be able to go back to my country and enrich the discussions and contribute to making my country better. So, Mr. Chair, let me close with that personal note. Thank you very much to our resource persons, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Sonsing. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, just to, if with the indulgence of the Department of Education, just to make a minor correction. I believe the data that can be generated from the query of the Honorable Swansing can be taken from both the private and public high schools, secondary schools, because the regional offices would not have that data, but the schools would have a database of who applied and who pushed through.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is well noted.
Mr. Chair, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina City.
The Chair would like to recognize Representative Stella Luz Kimbo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is for Attorney Paulo, which is on RBH7. Attorney Paulo, what is the effect of inserting the word basic before the sentence, educational institutions other than those established by religious groups and mission boards shall be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens, which is in paragraph 2, section 4 of Article 14.
Mr. Chair, the insertion of the word basic would limit the 60-40 Filipino equity requirement to only basic institutions. Currently, under the Constitution as unamended, the 60-40 Filipino equity restriction applies to all educational institutions.
Meaning both basic and tertiary.
Both basic and
So
tertiary.
the insertion of the word basic now means that the restrictions on tertiary would be lifted.
Yes, they are liberalized by implication since the educational institution that is subject to 60-40 would now just be basic educational institutions.
Right. Thank you. Let me ask DepEd as well as Attorney Tony Abad if they agree with the interpretation of Attorney Paolo.
Yep, Mr. Chair. Yes, we agree. The insertion of the word basic limits the restriction to basic education. In effect, there is no limit as to the ownership requirement for non-basic education or tertiary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Attorney Tony Abad.
Well, I agree that it's going to, I guess, differentiate between basic education and higher education. And that will be able to at least solve your problem with regard to higher education. But personally, I think you should just remove all of the restriction so that you don't leave any more market dysfunctions. No? You should be able to just allow the market to find its level with the adequate restrictions and supervision by the departments involved and the commission involved, and then probably you'll be able to discover more dynamism or in the whole educational system. If I may, yes, I wanted to also add that the reason why the quality of education has deteriorated so much in the Philippines over these decades is if we were to, Mr. Chair and Your Honor, we were to do a simple sort of law of supply and demand market analysis of education in the same way that we've done this analysis with other sectors. No? The moment you have a closed market, over time, the decline in dynamic, allocative, and productive efficiency is going to lead to poor quality. And that's what has happened to Philippine education. Philippine education and education in general should be already part of a global movement of knowledge and data, and without any restrictions, no, in the movement of capital. So if you are to lift these equity restrictions, it's akin to saying that we are lifting these barriers to entry and exit, creates dynamism, again, in the market, and creates the opportunity that we're looking for.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I agree with your interpretation of the effect of the insertion of the word basic. And also thank you for your opinion on the economic effect of the opening up of the market. So are you saying, Attorney Abad, that domestic competition in effect is insufficient? That's what you're saying? Because sa totoo lang, meron naman competition, but it's only domestically. Tama?
Yes. Because yes.
Pero hindi pa yun sapat kasi nakikita natin na sa totoo lang, mababa pa rin ang kalidad. Tama ba yun?
Yes, it's insufficient because the body of knowledge that's now in the world, no? I'm talking about the integrated economy, the knowledge and data that's part of it is so I don't know. It's so inaccessible already to the Philippines because the investors have been bypassing the Philippines. And remember, it's not just foreign universities we're talking about. Major companies are also investing in education. And education, of course, you're talking about everything from the most basic to highly skilled technological training. So imagine the likes of Google, Apple, Microsoft are also investing, are also putting money in schools and in institutions. So there's that possibility that the Philippines could become a hub for that kind of investment. But they won't come here if you put too many of these restrictions at the onset. So that's why since we've been bypassed and sort of we got complacent with the quality of our education over the years, that's why we allowed ourselves to be left behind. Vietnam, on the other hand, did the opposite, and they're really reaching out to become part of the world economy. And that kind of outward thinking, and that's actually a true form of nationalism, is that they've achieved, no? They've achieved very important targets such as poverty alleviation and being a global player, a significant, serious global player in the eyes of the United States, the EU, so on and so forth. And that's the potential for the Philippines if we already shift from the closed economy to an open economy.
So, Mr. Chair, in other words, in concrete terms, if this becomes a law, what happens is that immediately mabubuksan ang tertiary, right? In which case, what are the possible changes? Foreign universities may open campuses in the Philippines, like what they've done in other ASEAN countries, right? That's one. Or what are other possibilities? Are there other modes?
Immediately, it's going to take time. I mean, that's why it won't. It's not like the investment's going to appear.
Or they can have joint ventures with existing schools, right? That's the other modality.
I think the practical modality for investors, whether they're other universities or investing institutions, is really to partner with local. That means they still have to seek out the kind of university that would be sort of up to their level and have the potential when they have technology transfer, the spillover effect, will be
in
able
short,
to.
Kaya ko ito tinatanong, para hindi naman dapat matakot completely ang mga katulad ng Adamson University, halimbawa, na mawa-wipe out na lang sila bigla because binuksan natin ang tertiary education. Tama ba? Because they may in fact expand. Because they may find foreign partners. Am I correct, Attorney Abad?
If I may make a comparison, so back in the early 90s, from 93 to 95, I was working for the National Security Council. President Ramos wanted this economic reform put in place. We opened up certain sectors, but we had the sort of, it sounds familiar, the same arguments about being anti-nationalistic, the doomsday scenario. But we went ahead and opened telecommunications, we opened domestic shipping, air transport and banking, and none of them have actually collapsed. In fact, they've become more dynamic, if at all, no? And then maybe the problem now with, well, like for telecoms, you know, the problem that we allowed the mergers to just take place until we got this duopoly. But in the same way, if you're going to look at education, it takes time for investment to sink in. And remember, investors don't come into, they're not here to destroy and wipe out things. They want to make money. So they have to position themselves, their investment in proper institutions already in the Philippines that will create the kind of dynamic effect or productive efficiency that will give them the return on investment and that will encourage them to pour in more investment.
Pagdating naman sa value formation, hindi dapat tayo matakot because merong Article 14, Section 3 of the Constitution which requires all educational institutions, including tertiary of course, to include the study of the Constitution and inculcate patriotism, nationalism, etc. And for sure, Chad, Attorney Haro, ito ba ay minomonitor natin ang pagpapatupad ng provision na ito ng Constitution?
Mr. Chair, it's part of our general education. Under the course Philippine History, of course, the Constitution should be part of that course, Mr. Chair. So it is part po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Okay, so that's the private sector. Now, in the public sector, ano kaya ang mangyayari kung mabuksan ang tertiary education sector? May we ask Chancellor Camacho, na ang tagal-tagal nang naghintay. So, Chancellor Camacho, first, may we ask the position of UPLB on RBH7?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me just narrate our experience when it comes to how we are engaged with international universities abroad in terms of our partnerships with University of Reading in the UK. We implement a dual PhD by research program where currently we have about 8 students, PhD students. 2 have already graduated. They earned their degrees because it's dual PhD, earned their degrees in UPLB and in UK. The other one is with Curtin University in Australia, but currently we don't have a student because of lack of funding. The other modality is when Nagoya University in Japan, a Nobel Prize winner producer in Japan, it has established the Asian Satellite Campus in UPLB, Nagoya University Asian Satellite Campus. And currently, we have about 10 faculty members of UPLB doing their PhDs. They're sent to Nagoya to take their PhDs, and 2 have already graduated. But again, this is the form of partnerships where we have access to the best minds, best research facilities, and the funding actually come from, for instance, with the Nagoya University. It's a joint funding by the government, by CHED, by UP, and through the University of Reading. It is funded by the Transnational Education Program of CHED and the University of the Philippines. Of course, opening up our economy to ownership, to foreign ownership, would initiate government to examine fully its vision and plans and programs. For example, on faculty development or in niche areas, for example, on agriculture, on robotics, on the application of artificial intelligence in agriculture, on smart agriculture, for instance. And this can harness competition to improve quality of education. So let me also tell this body, Mr. Chair, that we are in partnership with 80 other international universities abroad, and part of this initiative is to also include our fellow state universities and colleges, state-funded universities and colleges, to be part of the student 3. We can the SUCs can gain admission to UPLB, and they can also take part of this transnational education. They can be sent abroad. They will return to Philippines and return to their institutions and participate in the development efforts of their universities and the regions.
So, Mr. Chair, so obviously, because you are a public university, obviously you cannot sell shares, right? I mean, when a foreign partner comes in, there's no such thing as selling your shares. But you are able to partake of the benefits of having a foreign partner. So what are those in very concrete terms? Like, for example, your faculty, for example, they get to collaborate with international other international faculty to undertake research. I guess that's one. And can you just give us examples of what are those specific benefits? Para lang ma-imagine namin, ano ba ang concrete benefits ng pagbubukas ng tertiary education sector to the world?
Well, one would be access to research, the advanced research that will really propel development, the niche, the frontier research really needed for economic development to proceed. For instance, opening up our economy with universities abroad. We have missions, for example, from universities abroad who'd like to take advantage of the talent pool where our students and faculty can be involved in the cutting edge research that they're conducting. And therefore, research would push production frontier, if you may wish to say that. But at the same time, that creates an ecosystem of innovation, of new ideas that would be pivotal for new goods, services, and other important components of the economy to be transformed to a high value-added form.
You're just exposed to better technology. I mean, both students and faculty.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, so my next question is for, thank you for that, Chancellor Camacho. My next question is for DepEd. Earlier, I asked a question on the position of DepEd. And para lang malinaw, okay, for context, ito ang position ng DepEd. And it had to do with the control and administration of educational institutions. So, para malinaw, babasahin ko kung ano yung sa tingin kong relevant. So I quote, "The phrase, unless otherwise provided by law, and its underlying rationale could potentially serve as a gateway to expand the scope of control and administration over educational institutions, not solely by citizens of the Philippines, but by other entities as well." Kaya ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na ang main issue ninyo is baka mapunta sa non-Filipinos ang control and administration of educational institutions. Tama? Okay. And I continue. And I quote, "In this light, the scope and limits of control and administration are put into question, including the processes defining who, what, and how education shall be administered. The most basic question is, will it allow foreign entities to teach? For this, the department strongly objects to this amendment." So yun po ang posisyon ng DepEd. Tama po?
Yes,
Okay, so,
Mr. Chair.
So doon tayo. So kaya ko na ito nung kanina. Sa sitwasyon ngayon sa Pilipinas, meron bang kahit na anong educational institution that is not controlled or administered by a non-Filipino? Yes or no lang po?
Yes.
Meron, di
Yes.
ba? So, halimbawa, British School of Manila. Pasensya na lang po. Kaya ko lang na naging halimbawa yon kasi guest natin sila kahapon. Tama.
British
BSMM.
School
BSMM.
Manila is owned by a Filipino foundation.
Okay, so at least na alam nyo na ngayon. Kanina tinatanong ko,
Yes,
100% ba yan? Ngayon, maliwanag na 60-40.
Yes,
At
Mr.
inabanggit
Chair.
ko kanina na bagamat may legislation which would include Faith Academy and Everest, ngayon alam nyo na 60-40 din sila.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, babalik tayo sa BSM. Yung BSM, 60-40. However, based on the IRR of the legislation, of the law creating BSM, there is a governing body. Tama?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Tinignan ko na ang council ng BSM. Tinignan ko na, iniisa ko na ang mukha nila. Silang lahat ay non-Filipino. Tama?
Mr. Chair, there is a Council of Trustees referred to, but I apologize, I don't know the specific membership
I
at this
can
time.
give you photos of all of them, and you can see that they are not Filipinos. They're representatives of various embassies. Okay, but
Mr. Chair, from the SEC filing that we were able to retrieve, there are 3 Filipinos and 2 foreign nationals out of 5. Mr. Chair, we acknowledge that the screenshots provided by the Your Honor
Yes, okay.
reflect foreign nationals, appear to be foreign
yes,
nationals.
all right, okay. So, in short, merong ganon na sitwasyon. It would appear.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, for now, meron ba kayong naging problema whatsoever with the school? With the said school? At particularly with the concerns that you raised in this memo, national security, values, things like those.
Yep, Madam Chair, no problem.
No.
To my knowledge, and none have been reported, noting also that under the Republic Act, recognizing the school, they are placed under the supervision of the Department of Education.
That is correct. So, parang wala naman. Di ba? Parang, and it's a reputable school, mukha namang wala namang problema. So my point being, sa aking palagay, Mr. Chair, hindi ba dapat ninyong balikan ang inyong posisyon? Because clearly, there would be situations where control would not rest on a Filipino citizen, yet none of the issues that you raise here would actually arise. When in fact, ito pong situation ng school na yan, it's a 60-40 school. It's controlled by non-Filipinos. However, there's a legislation. It's actually a situation which is contemplated by RBH7, paragraph 2, if you think about it. So, ito pong objection ninyo may actually not be consistent with existing schools. That's just my point, Mr. Chair. Baka kailangan ninyong balikan at pag-aralan pa ang inyong posisyon. Yan lang ang aking appeal dahil it's a strongly worded position. Nakasulat for this, the department strongly objects to this amendment. But as we speak, it would appear that there are exceptions. And ang tanong, kung merong ang exceptions, bakit? Bakit? Di ba? So why accord if it was deliberate, why accord that to a certain group, right? Or if it's not deliberate, baka naman pwede nyo pang pag-aralan pa ang ating posisyon. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair, sa DepEd, unless you want to say something else.
I would like to thank Your Honor for the discourse. And nothing prevents us from reviewing this, Mr. Chair. I would just respectfully like to place in context the case of British School. At least in two provisions of its charter, it mandates that while they are, because I don't have verified information as to the Board of Trustees foreign, the governing body's nationality, the RA itself provides that determination of its own curriculum shall be with the consultation of the Secretary of the Department of Education, and under Section 4 thereof, the supervision and regulation of the Department of Education still will be in place.
Yes, and
Mr. Chair.
to that point, ano ba ang kinatatakutan natin? So just because a school is controlled by a foreign entity, meron naman kayong standard clause that regulation and supervision will be by the DepEd. So ano kinatatakutan natin, hindi po ba? So kung kayo ay panatag na ginagawa ninyo ang inyong trabaho bilang regulators, tingin ko naman hindi kayo malalagpasan, di ba? At matagal na silang nag-ooperate at never silang nagkaroon ng problema. So sa tingin ko lang, again, I appeal na baka kailangan ninyong balikan ang inyong posisyon at kung babalikan ninyo at repasuhin at babaguhin, kami po ay bukas na tanggapin ang inyong revised position. Yusek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we are in agreement that provided there is sufficient regulation, that is actually the crux of our position, that we are just concerned, of course, in the possible eventuality that there would be a school established exempt from regulation. But given the context laid out, Your Honor, we will agree that subject to sufficient regulation, as long as the schools are subject to the regulation of the Department of Education, this may be possible.
Last question, Mr. Chair, for Attorney Abad. Yesterday, Attorney Dean Abad, yesterday I think I heard you say that we don't need to change the Constitution. The current laws are sufficient. Sinabi niyo yata yon kahapon, and I think you were referring to the Transnational Education Act. And I believe you said, bakit hindi na lang natin pag-eksperimentohan, subukan natin ito, it might work.
That is correct, Your Honor. I confirm having said that yesterday.
And I believe you were referring to, so bringing in a foreign university, having a local partner, which obviously would require hiring foreign faculty.
Not necessarily hiring, Your Honor, but rather sharing.
No, but of course, in a situation where you want to bring in a foreign university, ang key dito, syempre, is faculty, hindi po ba?
Opo.
Bilang dean, nasubukan mo na ba mag-hire ng foreign faculty?
Hindi pa po.
Tanungin mo ako.
Naka-hire na ho kayo ng faculty na foreigner?
Yes. Department chair ako ng UP School of Economics taong
Fantastic.
2012 hanggang 2015.
How much did you pay?
And I will tell you, in 1991, I was a graduate student of the same school. I had students from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Thailand, from the US. It was a very international class. By the time I was department chair in the same school, there were no more foreign students. So what happened? In the early 1990s, I think we were regionally competitive. But 20 years down the line, what happened? Our regional competitiveness just got eroded. Why? Well, because I guess the foreign universities partnered with other countries, and maybe the programs in other countries in the region maybe were more exciting or maybe more competitive or maybe more responsive. And so I decided as department chair, the way to globalize was to hire foreign faculty. I looked at the laws. They were tremendously difficult, but I went ahead and I was able to hire an American who actually had the theorem named after him, ganun siya kagaling.
Wow.
Sa sobrang hirap, kasi kailangan mo ng alien employment permit at 9G visa.
Yes, correct.
And they expire every 3 months, and they
Yes,
don't
correct.
expire on the same day.
Yes, correct.
We were at the DOLE, DFA, and Bureau of Immigration almost every
3
week.
months. Yeah. Oh.
It's tremendously difficult. I attempted to hire 2 more, so for a total of 4. In 2.5 years, we just almost gave up. But I was successful in hiring 2 permanent na plantilla position. But I'm just telling you, personal experience under current laws, extremely difficult.
Yes, ma'am.
So, nung sinabi mo na the laws are sufficient, ako na ang magsasabi sa'yo, nag-eksperimento na ako, napakahirap. So, tingin ko talaga, kailangan ng baguhin ang sistema. And I will end there, Mr. Chair. Take it from me.
Yes, ma'am.
Huwag ka nang maniwala sa kung kani-kanino pa. Pinagdaanan ko na ng personal. Sa akin ka na maniwala.
Yes, ma'am. But nung
So,
panahon siguro nung department chair kayo, wala pa yung transnational higher education because this just came out 2019.
Mr.
No,
Chair,
but it's exactly the same rules,
Okay.
and I'm just telling you, ganun kahirap. So unless baguhin natin ang sistema, unless magkaroon ng bagong pagtingin, mahirapan tayo. But this is what we need today. Kung sinasabi ni Chairman Roman kanina na it's been from 1973 up to today, mababa pa rin ang kalidad, nandyan lahat ng batas, nandyan lahat ng regulations, binabantayan ng matindi ng DepEd at SHED, pero hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin natin binabago. Ang tingin ko, ang magbabago ng sitwasyon natin ngayon, isa lang, the invisible hand of Adam Smith. In other words, competition.
Yes, ma'am.
Salamat,
May I just-
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair,
Floor
if I
leader.
may now
Okay.
move that
Thank
we
you, ma'am.
recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas from Gabriela Party List for her interpellation. We're actually in the second round, Mr. Chair. Kong Stella and now Kong Arlene.
Representative
Point of
Brosas.
order, Mr. Chairman, point of order. I am still
Representative-
waiting for the first round. My name is there. So I'm surprised why there was a second round for Congresswoman Stella, and now I have been waiting here since 10 o'clock this morning.
Floor leader, can you please double check the list?
With the indulgence of the Honorable Arlene Brosas, Mr. Chair, may I withdraw my motion and instead move that we recognize the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez of the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City for his interpellation.
Representative Rodriguez, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Majority Leader, our distinguished colleagues, and the valued resource persons present here today and tonight. Mr. Chairman, the prohibition against foreign educational institutions in this country started in 1935. In 1935, general provisions stated that state shall regulate educational institutions. And the Education Bureau at the time made sure that there was a prohibition of foreign foreign educational institutions. The same is true in 1935 on public utilities. There it is clearer, because in 1935, there was already a prohibition on public utilities at 60-40. So this is almost 90 years old. The only reason, Mr. Chairman, that we had development in this country, despite the 1935 Constitution against development of natural resources, 60-40, against public utilities, 60-40, and education, 100%, was because in 1946, after the war, the Americans imposed on us the Bell Trade Act. What did the Bell Trade Act require the colony? Because even if we were independent in 1946, we were really still a colony of the United States. The parity rights in 1946 allowed all American citizens to enjoy all the rights of Filipinos in developing natural resources, public utilities, education. And that's the reason why we had development, Mr. Chairman, because we had Americans coming in. The Parity Rights Agreement was approved by the plebiscite of 1947. Filipinos agreed that Americans are like Filipinos. In 1955, the Bell Trade Act, the Parity Rights, was amended by the Laurel-Langley Agreement, extending the rights of Americans. And so therefore, Mr. Chairman, because of that, it continued. And when did the Laurel-Langley Agreement last? It ended in 1973. And here, the 1974, and in 1973, the new Constitution kicked in. And in the 1973 Constitution, education is 60-40, only 40% foreign. Public utilities, the same 60-40. Exploitation, natural resources, 60-40. So, now, in the 87 Constitution, we have carried these provisions that stunted the growth of education in our country and also public utilities. So here, Mr. Chairman, so with that history, we are now having RBH7. The problem with this, Mr. Chairman, is that it places the word basic. And therefore, basic education retains the 60-40, while higher education will be the one lifted if it's otherwise provided by law. This is not new, Mr. Chairman, because in past congresses of the Congress, for example, Mr. Chairman, in 16th Congress, where I was already a member of this assembly, during the time of Speaker Belmonte, here, we approved on second reading, Mr. Chairman, the following provisions. It did not only have basic education, higher education to be exempted, all educational institutions, because it reads, this was approved by 3/4 vote on the 16th Congress, including my vote. It says here, Section 4(1)(2), educational institutions other than those established by religious groups and mission boards shall be solely owned by citizens of the Philippines or corporation association at least 60% of the capital, which is owned by such citizens, unless provided by law. And because it does not rhyme, there is no reason to let this particular sentence stay. The Congress may, however, require increased Filipino equity participation in all educational institutions. It conflicts with the view and the intention of the House that there should be a really lifting of the 60-40 requirements. So how can we have, like in this present RBH6, we have here basic education, and then it says Congress, and then Congress may, however, require increase. If otherwise provided by law na tayo, and then we still have this sentence. That is why the wisdom of the former House of Representatives was very clear. It says all educational institutions unless others provided by law. Remove, in bracket here, the Congress may, however, require increase. You remove that because it is in conflict with opening up our country's educational system to foreign investments. But there is a second paragraph, Mr. Chairman, because our Constitution has a second paragraph. And that is why the second paragraph of Section 412 is the control and administration of education institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines, comma. And we placed here the lifting clause unless otherwise provided by law. So that was the 16th Congress, Mr. Chairman. I was with that. At the time of our Speaker, Lord Alan Velasco, not only was it approved on second reading, it was approved on third reading, 3/4 votes. Sent to the Senate, and there, and they died there. So just like the song of Mona Lisa, it died there. No hearing at all. And let me now read to you now the RBH2 of Speaker Velasco with our chairman, Pido Garbin. It says here, the same, Mr. Chairman, as the 16th Congress, all education institutions shall be lifted, unless otherwise provided by law, and the control administration of education institutions, unless otherwise provided by law. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, in the proper time, I am going to move for the amendment of this so that it can reflect what we really want, and that is to open our countries, not only higher tertiary education, but also basic education. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, the EDCOM has provided us data on basic education and higher education, EDCOM 2. What did it say? Basic education, Malaysia, maximum ownership, basic, 100%. Singapore, 100%. Philippines, 40%. Thailand, 50%. However, for the higher education, EDCOM has a survey, and it says higher education, Philippines, 40%, maximum foreign ownership. Malaysia, 100%. Making the result of the Malaysian government proactively invited international HAIs to establish offshore campuses in Malaysia, resulting now in 17 offshore campuses, Mr. Chairman, including Cardiff University, Oxford, and Cambridge, Malaysia. Now, Singapore, 100%. This is EDCOM 2 report. This is not mine, but this is a research of the EDCOM 2. How about Singapore? 100% maximum ownership. And because of that, how many do they have? Offshore campuses, which includes American, English, and other universities. We have here 19 offshore campuses, giving, therefore, investments coming in, putting up buildings, being able to provide jobs for Singaporeans and even Filipinos who are in Singapore. Thailand, how much higher education? 100% in Thailand, and it is here. So they have now two offshore. Why only two? Malaysia and Singapore has 17, 19 because of English, Mr. Chairman. The Thailanders do not speak as a language English. But Singapore, Malaysia, and the Philippines has that agility to be able to speak English well. So that is what we have. Aside from the survey, we heard from the CHED that in Korea, was it the CHED? In Korea, top 10 in the world are now in South Korea, Mr. Chairman. South Korea, billions of pesos have been invested by top 10 in the world in South Korea. And I was, Mr. Chairman, in Qatar. In Qatar, we have, again, Oxford, schools like University of Southern California. They are now all in Qatar, 100%. So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm saying is that it's about time that we open this up. How do we solve the problem of the DepEd and the PACU and others from university? We make sure that since we are going to approve this by a plebiscite, unless otherwise provided by law, then, Mr. Chairman, we can now legislate, and we will legislate the conditionalities that will preserve Filipino identity, culture, and our sovereignty shall be preserved in the laws that we're going to make. So may I now proceed with the question, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Rodriguez, I think you already ate up your time,
But can you
I
give
will- I
us,
will
you
allow
have
you
given others
one or
also
two questions.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, please
Question,
proceed.
because I'd like to
Yes.
question my
Please
famous
proceed.
professor of Ateneo de Manila, the best law school in Makati. Yeah. So, Professor Anthony Abad, you're also the WTO member of the study committee. Now you said, and let us confirm this, you said that if we do not lift these restrictions, we will not be globally, the word you use is integrated, and comparatively at the same level of the other countries. Do you confirm that? That we have to really open up so that globally, from AI to new information, transfer of technology, we have to therefore open to be part of globalization in terms of integrating our country to globalization.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, it's a matter of survival for the Philippines, and it's the nature of the world economy. It's completely integrated already. So we cannot continue using sort of the 1986 vintage legal precepts and rules. You really have to review, no? We don't know what exactly has to be done, but you definitely have to review your constitution and even your national laws to make it in sync with this global economy.
Thank you. My second question will be to the Department of Education. You have a position paper that says you object to the lifting of this. I always thought that the Secretary of Education is the alter ego of the President. Can you confirm, Mr. Romero? Is it not that all cabinet members are alter egos of the President?
Yes.
Of course,
Mr.
yes.
Chair, yes.
By a litany of jurisprudence from the Supreme Court. The President already announced. And I was there when he first made the first announcement at the Philconsa 70th anniversary. And the President clearly said, we have to open our country to more investments, but only, and that is why we support him, only economic amendments. And he's very much aware that in the economic amendments, we have, of course, public utility, education, advertising. And in the proper time, I will say, we include also exploration, exploitation of natural resources. The President knows that. Second, the lease of land. Third, media. And fourth, land in a limited extent, like what Thailand is doing. Thailand allows educational institutions to own the land. It is found in the EDCOM. You see, education in Thailand, they have allowed, it says here, yes, they allowed ownership of land. It says here, the school, basic education, the school becomes a juristic person which the ownership of land is transferred to. So this particular RBH7 lacks four important provisions to be lifted. And again, Mr. Chairman, in the proper time, I'm going to move that instead of going into, unless otherwise provided by law, only 3, we will have the First Amendment to the 1987 Constitution. What will it say? All restrictions and prohibitions of the 1987 Constitution are hereby all lifted and repealed. Period. The next sentence, Mr. Chairman, is the Congress of the Republic of the Philippines shall enact legislation to regulate all foreign investments. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you because we'll meet again in the amendment phase. And certainly, we cannot open our country. We have a door, closed door. We cannot open it slightly. We cannot open it halfway. If we open it to be able to have this, as the President says, we need foreign investment. He has been in 17 trips abroad. He has been asking everybody to come, all foreigners. But then they will say, Mr. President, we want to come, but your constitution will not allow us. You see that, Mr. President? And because I mentioned the President, we have here already Congresswoman Arlene Rosas ready to interpellate me. And I'm ready to be interpellated. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It's late in the night, but we are very happy that we are able to discuss this. And we thank our resource persons for staying with us. It's already 9 o'clock. Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
So,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair,
much, Representative
may I
Rodriguez,
now-
floor leader.
may I now move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for every provision, na gustong ibukas ng ating good gentleman, yun po ay ating pagbibigyan, no, na i-interpellate, Mr. Chair. If you can provide us that time, hanggang madaling araw, Mr. Chair. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ilang katanungan, kasi nagtapos po ako doon sa pagpapapasok ng foreign ownership sa sektor ng edukasyon bilang nagbubukas muli, no, ng espasyo para ipasok or palalain yung colonial education system sa ating bansa. Kasi yun yung take-off ko kanina, no? Tapos sa naunang CONCOM proceeding, pa lang nailatag na kung bakit sinabi nga nagkaroon ng restriction sa pagmamayari ng educational institutions at yon ay yung nationalism, Filipino values pagdating sa education system natin. Tinanong ko rin, di ba baka mabaliwala ito sa pilit na pagtutulak ng pag-alis ng restriction sa educational institutions. Now, I would like to delve in doon sa ano ba talaga yung reality, no? Ano ang reality ng kabuhayan ng ating mga mamamayan? Tapos, kaya bang sagutin, no, nito yung dapat magkaroon ng higher quality primary education regardless of their family income? Diba? Kasi ano ba yung sitwasyon ng mga bata natin ngayon? The Philippines faces a learning crisis with 9 out of 10 children aged 10 years old cannot read simple texts. In addition, the annual poverty indicator survey of the Philippine Statistics Authority or the PSA for the school year 2022 to 2023 revealed that 18.6% of children aged 5 to 24 were unenrolled. So one of the reasons for this is the financial constraints of higher education costs. Sa kabila po ng pagkakaroon natin ng free education, maraming bilang pa rin ng Pilipino ang hindi nakakapasok sa paaralan dahil sa iba pang gastusin na kinakailangang bayaran sa paaralan. Now, this situation and the commercialization of education, sa tingin po namin would further worsen dahil sa entry ng foreign ownership in educational institutions. Now, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po, how will this address, no, itong pinag-uusapan na ito? How will this address really the learning crisis and ensure that education will be accessible to Filipinos? No, siguro po tanungin ko yung DepEd, no? First, Tapos siguro, Mr. Chair, can I ask also nandito naman po ang representasyon ng from the peasant, ano, siguro yung mga anong sitwasyon ng mga anak ng magsasaka ngayon, ano, nandito po si Kadaning Ramos, Mr. Chair. First, DepEd siguro.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I apologize. The question is how to make education more accessible. Is that the question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, so how will this address? Yung pagbubukas, kasi kanina usap tayo ng usap, ano yung mga ibubukas ng foreign entry, 70-30, yung 60-40 tanggalin, etc. How will this address yung learning crisis at i-ensure yung education ay magiging accessible talaga sa mga Pilipino, sa mga batang Pilipino?
Mr. Chair, at this juncture, we see no direct connection as far as basic education is concerned. And it is for this reason, Mr. Chair, that sang-ayon po kami sa proposed amendment na hindi binabago po yung equity for basic education as written in the proposal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kinailangan kong ipasagot ulit yon, ano, kasi yun yung position ng Department of Education. Huwag baguhin yung usapin ng basic education, di ba? Mr. Chair, I would like to go on with si Kadaning Ramos po.
Mr. Chair, mga kababayan, maraming salamat po. Doon po sa nabanggit ng ating Congressperson Arlene Brosas, ay unang-una po ang pinakamaralita sa mamamayang Pilipino at nagugutom, sabi po ng PSA, 30.06% ang poverty incidence sa mga mangingisda, 30% sa hanay ng mga magsasaka. So, kaugnay po nito ay malaking problema po sa mga pamilya ng magsasaka, agri-workers, peasant women, at kahit po yung mga kababayang magsasaka, ay paano pag-aaralin ang mga anak. At hindi nyo po na itatanong, malamang alam ng karamihan sa atin, majority ng populasyon ay mula po sa hanay namin, no? Mga magsasaka, seasonal farm workers, at masang anak pawis. Dahil po hanggang ngayon, hindi namin pag-aari ang lupa, napakataas po ang gasto sa pagsasaka, ang cost of production, pero binabarat naman po yung aming produkto, problema sa usura at iba pa, talaga pong napakahirap. At yung pong pinag-uusapan natin na edukasyon, sa halip po na ito ay nagiging karapatan, nagiging pribilehiyo po. At napakahalaga po itong pinag-uusapan natin na tungkol sa edukasyon at alam niyo po sa mga magulang, napakahalaga na mapag-aral at mapagtapos sa pag-aaral ang aming mga anak dahil napakahalaga po ito sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay hanggang sa papaano po yung makakapaghanap buhay ng maayos. Kaya tingin po namin napakahalaga talaga papaano yung libre, edukasyon, accessible, scientific at para sa mamamayang Pilipino. At saka po siyempre yung kalidad. Hindi po naman lingid sa ating lahat. Yung pong pinsan namin pinag-aral dito sa Ateneo, talaga pong hundreds of thousand yung nagagastos. Ang ibig po namin sabihin, tingin po namin para ding sa mga ospital. Kung pag-aari po ng gobyerno ay service, pero kung pag-aari po ito ng iilan at mga dayuhan, base po sa karanasan, profit-oriented. Kaya po napakahalaga, papaano yung pinag-uusapan natin, bigyan pansin ng pamahalaan at hindi ibukas para sa mga dayuhan at para sa kagalingan po ng ating mga kababayan. At gusto ko pong banggitin, sana bukas, mapag-usapan naman po natin, kaugnay po doon sa nabanggit ko kanina tungkol po doon sa lupa, pag-aari ng mga dayuhan, bukas po sana
Yes,
mabigyan
Mr.
kami.
Chair, total nandiyan na rin lang tayo. Ang gusto po ni Kong Rufus Rodriguez ay ibukas din yung usapin ng land ownership. Ano naman po masasabi ng mga pasante kaugnay doon?
Naku po, mga kababayan, maghulos dili po tayo. Dahil para po sa amin at sa ating mga kababayan, ang lupa po ay katumbas ng buhay. Bakit? Sa lupa nagmumula ang ating ikinabubuhay at sa lupa po nakatayo ang mga tirahan. At Mr. Chair, pwede po ba please allow me na basahin ko na po yung ilang excerpt dahil po ito ay ito po yung isinumiti namin. Kung pwede po sana yung pong ilang excerpt nito ay mabanggit ko na, Mr. Chair.
Yung babanggitin nyo po is related to the topic natin, education.
Opo, kaugnay po sa lupa, Mr. Chair. So kung pwede po sana, mga kababayan,
If it's
please allow
education, you
me-
may proceed. Kung hindi, we'll just get a copy and distribute it to the members.
Yes, Mr. Chair, siguro yung mga highlights lang, no? Yung banggitin ni Mr. Danilo Ramos.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed, especially those, please excerpts
Highlights.
on the things that are related to the amendments on education.
Pwede po? Okay, salamat po. Ito po ay kaugnay po doon sa Mr. Chair, dito po sa RBH7 sa Article 12. So, although kaugnay po sa pinag-uusapan natin, ito po kasi ay posisyon po, deklarasyon ng mga kaming mga magsasaka, manggagawang bukid, manggagawang agrikultural, mangisda, kababayang magbubukid, kabataan at iba pang masang anak pawis sa kanayunan ay nagpapahayag po ng malakas na pagtutol sa panukalang charter change o chacha sa kasalukuyang rehimeng Marcos Jr. Bakit po? Tingin po namin kapag ka po ito ay natuloy, ay napakalaki pong panganib sa ating pang-araw-araw na buhay at siyempre kaugnayan po yung pinag-uusapan nating edukasyon. Magpapalala at magpapadali po sa dayuhang pangangamkam ng lupa at kawalang lupa ng mga magsasaka. Pagka po walang lupa at walang kakayanan ng ating magsasaka, may kaugnayan po doon sa edukasyon. At pangalawa po, tingin po namin magpapalalim sa dayuhang dominasyon sa agrikultura at magpapahina po sa lokal na produksyon. At kung magkakagayon po, paano po mapapag-aral ng mga anak ng mga magsasaka, agri-workers ang aming mga anak. Kaya po sa halip sana na amyendahan, mahigpit po naming hinihiling sa ating makabayan at makamamamayang probisyon ng konstitusyon na sana po bigyang pansin po na lupa para sa mga magsasaka, hindi sa dayuhan at kapitalista, tunay na reforma sa lupa at pambansang industrialisasyon, ito po ay susi sa pag-unlad ng ating mga kababayan. At bilang panghuli po, nais po naming banggitin na batay sa mga ito, dumudulog kami sa makabayang diwa ng mga mambabata sa Kongreso at Senado. Magkasama po tayong manindigan sa panig ng magsasaka at mamamayang Pilipino. Tutulan at pigilan natin ang makadayuhang tsatsya. Nananawagan din po kami sa magbubukid at mamamayang Pilipino sa loob at labas ng bansa. Itaguyod ang pagpapatupad ng tunay na reforma sa lupa at pambansang industrialisasyon. At Mr. Chair, panghuli po, nais po naming banggitin, noon pong prior to 1994 at 1995, meron po tayong agricultural trade surplus. Pero nung pumasok po tayo sa WTO noong 95, from agricultural trade surplus, naging agricultural trade deficit. Kaya tingin po namin mahalaga palakasin ang ating domestic capital, lokal na produksyon, hindi po pag-asa sa importasyon. Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po at ang issue po ng magsasaka at pag-unlad ng agrikultura ay issue po nating lahat. Dahil tandaan po natin, ang Pilipinas po ay agricultural na bansa, hindi po katulad ng US, Canada, Japan na industrialisado. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr.
We'd
Chair,
like to remind our resource persons, let's stick to the agreed amendment, which is education. Please proceed,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Representative Brosas.
Oo. For general siguro yung kanyang sinabi kanina, no? Mr. Chair, kay Ms. Rodenas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going back to the point about the inequitable access in education because we have data from the 2023 admissions of the University of the Philippines, and we saw that 50.15% of the admitted students to UP are from private schools, and 24.02% are from public science schools. So all in all, about 3/4 of those who are admitted in the University of the Philippines is from private and public science schools. Now this is without the barrier of the cost of education because we have the Free Tertiary Education Act. However, we see that when we have the foreign-owned schools that are likely private schools as well, this goes, the equitability of the access to education is even narrower. And we see that it will only serve the interest of very few. And we want to make it a point that still our agenda is to democratize access to education, to focus it to the marginalized, to focus it into the bigger population who are still the main concern is the financial limitations to their access to education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Yes,
Representative
Mr.
Brosas.
Chair, itong kasi yung tanong ko ay how will this address the learning crisis at ma-ensure talaga yung education ay magiging accessible to all Filipinos. Let me quote, Mr. Chair, sa Bretton Woods project ito na publication, The Elephant in the Classroom, the World Bank and the Private Education Providers. Mr. Chair, as early as 2015 po ito, no? Hindi pala as early, as way back pa ng 2015, no? Mr. Chair, sabi ni UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education, si Kishore Singh, Singh condemned the bank's support for private school in a June report for the UN Human Rights Council. Promoting for-profit education, the IFC, which is ito po yung International Finance Education, considers laws as financial hurdles and provides guidance to private providers of education to be very profitable and flourishing enterprises. This is blatantly disrespectful of the human rights obligations of international bodies, including the World Bank. Ito po ay sinabi ni Singh. She has spoken out on a number of occasions about the negative impact that low-fee private schools have on poor children's educational access, including the role of the World Bank in perpetuating the rise of such schools. So, Mr. Chair, ito nag-uusap pa lang tayo ng private low-fee schools. Paano pa yung foreign na papasok and for-profit-oriented na usapin, Mr. Chair? So, Mr. Chair, again, nire-reiterate ko lang, no, kung comprehensive nating nilalatag yung issue na ito, Mr. Chair, dapat hindi tayo pumayag sa commodification of education, sa pag-alter sa curriculum, sa mga tanungin natin, paulit-ulit ang motibo ng pagkakaroon ng ganitong mga foreign ownership dito sa ating bansa sa pamamagitan ng mga financial surpluses nila. At wag tayong pumayag. This is a legitimization of profit, tubo, through the provision of public good. Hindi po ganon dapat yung framework natin sa education. Kaya Mr. Chair, this representation really firmly stands that entry of foreign ownership is not needed, especially in the education sector, as this will exacerbate the already colonial and commercialized system of our education. Hindi po sasagutin ng pagpasok ng mga dayuhan ang matagal nating problema, yung problema natin dito sa ating bansa pagdating sa edukasyon. It is only by ensuring that educational institutions are owned and administered by Filipinos that we can promote nationalism and Filipino values in our country's educational system. Hindi natin dapat ibigay sa kontrol ng dayuhan ang napakahalagang parte ng ating pagka-Pilipino, ang edukasyon. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Our leader.
Mr. Chair, yours truly is actually listed on the second round. But with the interest of time, if I may be allowed to pose just a single question to to DepEd.
One question.
Yeah.
Please
So, Mr.
proceed.
Chair, if I may, dun po kasi sa position paper nila, hindi ko pa rin po maintindihan ano po ang specific link that RBH7 has concerning national security.
Mr. Chair, the reservation of DepEd, as stated in the position paper and has repeatedly discussed, is the possible limitation of control over the curriculum and how it is to be administered in the event that legislation would not sufficiently provide for control. And what we are just concerned about is if, in case such situation where no sufficient control is required, there may be an unfortunate situation where the curriculum or the teachings that may be provided run contrary to our principles and values and ideologies as presently required in our Constitution. It's that general reservation,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
pasensya na po, Mr. Chair. Ang pagkaintindi ko, ang sagot ng ating Undersecretary from DepEd is baka yung morals and values dun sa curriculum ng mga foreign institution will run in contrast to the values of the Filipinos. So let's say, for example, teenage pregnancy. Does that run in contrast to the values of Filipinos?
That is, perhaps that is not what is contemplated. If there are ideologies that are not consistent with our current ideologies and principles as provided in our Constitution.
So, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, pagkaintindi ko, the Department of Education still holds oversight powers to these institutions. Am I correct? Or am I
That's
wrong?
correct. That's correct, Mr. Chair. That's correct.
So therefore, Mr. Chair, with the statement that they might be left and they might be teaching the wrong ideologies, this is giving a false interpretation of the real content of RBH 7. Yeah, the reason why I'm asking this, Mr. Chair, is that we all know that the Department of Education is a government institution. So kung mali yung kanilang pag-akala na mawawalan ng oversight ang Philippine government on the institutions coming in, if we open our country to investors, I think that's a very wrong interpretation, Mr. Chair, because that's basic in the authority and obligations of the Department of Education. You cannot relinquish that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the reservation really revolves around the, if I may quote from the position paper, the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law, and its underlying rationale that could potentially serve as a gateway to expand the scope and control and administration over educational institutions not solely by citizens of the Philippines. And we will proceed to the last paragraph, if I may, Mr. Chair. in view of the foregoing, the department opposes the amendments specifically vest the possibility of vesting full control and administration of basic education to aliens through legislation. So we agree, Mr. Chair, that the DepEd under the current system exercises supervision, if not regulation, over the implementation of the curriculum. We are just concerned about the possibility that through subsequent legislation, this may be diminished.
Yeah, so
Mr.
Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, Your Honors, medyo kinakabahan kasi ako. No, because of course we have heard DepEd. And if their interpretation is that, let's say, if you have an UK standard of basic education, or let's say you have an American standard of basic education, or let's say you have the Singapore standard of basic education, ang ibig ba sabihin nun magtuturo yung mga ito ng maling ideologies which will pose a threat to national security? Because I really don't find, Mr. Chair, the connection between national security and education. My point here, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, is hindi po ba medyo mahirap ng isang napaka-importanting ahensya ng gobyerno, which is the Department of Education, ay tila nililihis ang usapin ng resolution of both houses number 7, which is the economic chacha, to national security. Kasi later on, medyo mahirap yan. Baka mamaya mapagbintangan na we're using like security funds or intel funds. Matanong ko lang, Mr. Chair, the problem on some, I'm not saying many, the problem of some possible teachers putting in wrong ideologies that is a threat to national security. Is this among foreign legitimate professors or is this among Filipino teachers? Sa pagkakaintindi nyo.
Right now, Mr. Chair, I don't have specific data on that, but the DepEd simply is concerned about the possibility, and should the amendments perhaps not be open-ended unless otherwise provided by law, then there is an assurance that regulation of the government over the curriculum and the manner by which it is administered consistent with the national values and principles, if that may be the case.
Again, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, we have to separate national security from the morals and the values that DepEd is talking about. I think these are two. No, I am not saying I think. I am definitely sure that if we talk about Filipino culture, morals, and values, this is a separate entity from national security concerns. Kasi, Mr. Chair, ituhog lang po natin dun sa nakaraang mga budget hearings. I was actually very supportive for the Department of Education getting confidential funds. Simply because I heard the claimor of the Department of Education that our students are seemingly being penetrated by wrong ideologies. Kaya nga, suportado ko nung panahon na yon na may bigyan ng confidential fund ang DepEd. But my understanding, this is a problem that was coming internally from the provinces. So mukhang hindi po ito related doon sa economic chacha. So I just want the DepEd to be very clear about this. Kasi if we say that if the allegation or the fear of possible trespassing of moralities, values, and culture of Filipinos will transcend to threats to national security, medyo kinakabahan po ako na this is a statement coming from the Department of Education because apparently and very glaring, it's a twisted statement, Mr. Chair. Kasi magkaiba po talaga ang Filipino culture, Filipino morals and values versus vis-a-vis national security. Ang pagkaintindi ko po, national security is actually a threat to our country in so far as, let's say, a pandemic or let's say insurgency, let's say terrorism.
Mr. Chair, with due respect, we believe that the incorrect ideologies, if taught to the youth during which time that it is the formative stage of our citizens, it will and may pose a threat to.
So, Mr. Chair, may I ask DepEd, do you know of any institution worldwide that invested in other countries and ended up teaching ideologies concerning national security? Meron po ba sa buong mundo? Anyway, you mingle with other DepEd officials from all over the world.
I don't have specific information, Madam Chair, but
Would you know of a specific school or a specific country na binuksan nila, nagkaroon sila ng economic chacha, they opened their country, and a school or an institution entered their country and taught wrong ideology to their children? Do you have any country in mind or any school, to be exact?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any specific country in mind. I would just like to respectfully reiterate that the reservation of DepEd is the diminution of control over the curriculum as to what will be taught Filipino citizens. And
So in other words, Mr. Chair, ang official na pinapanindigan at binabasehan ng Department of Education is widow-widow lang. Because, I mean, this official opinion of the Department of Education is widow-widow lang. Because my understanding, Mr. Chair, I mean, I wouldn't take offense if it's one of the NGOs. That I will fully understand if it's one of the private associations. But if it's a statement coming from the government, the Department of Education per se, and the basis of this memorandum is actually purely widow-widow, or let's say, hindi natin matumbok ang naging basehan. Let me cite, for example, you mentioned, baka yung ituro ay mga maling ideology, and you have no data of any school or any country who has this experience. And again, saying that encroaching on the morals and values will result to a threat on national security. This bothers me, Mr. Chair, with due courtesy. Kasi when a government entity or a government institution makes a memorandum, meron niyang dapat basis. So may I ask if this is really an opinion of the Department of Education, or is it purely the fear of an individual who influenced the crafting of this official stand with regards to RBH7?
Mr. Chair, this is the stand of the Department of Education, and again, the concern is to ensure that the curriculum that will be taught in the Philippines to schools attended by Filipino citizens will be consistent with the government-prescribed curriculum, Mr. Chair.
Is it not that that is part of your obligation, your responsibilities as the Department of Education of the Philippines?
Yes, precisely. It is already a part of our mandate, Madam Chair. And the provision which opens up to possible legislation that may deviate from that is the concern,
Mr.
Madam
Chair, can I have a specific example? Let's say, what specific legislation do you fear of? Para naman po guided kaming mga legislators. Let's say, okay, for the sake of a academic discussion, RBH7 is approved, na-approve ito. Ano yung kinakatakutan mo ang gagawing batas ng mga mambabatas ng Pilipinas that will lead to national security threat?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, in an extreme case, if there is a legislation that establishes an international school and said legislation exempts the school from government regulation, government control and administration, Madam Chair, because the phrase...
Mr. Chair, if I may, sayang kasing oras, please be specific. What specific legislation are you afraid of? Granting for the sake of argument, RBH7 was approved. Ano yung kinakatakutan yung panukalang batas na sabihin natin ifa-file ni Congressman Dalipe, or ni Congressman Gonzales, or ni Congressman J.J. Suarez? Ano po ang specific batas na kinakatakutan nyo? Because your answer is really very
Yes,
general.
Madam Chair, a law that would establish a school owned by foreign entities without regulation by the Philippine government open to Filipino citizens. That would
Sorry,
be
a school, your fear is that Congress and Senate will legislate the creation of a school?
that is the contemplation of the memorandum, Mr. Chair. If there is an establishment of educational institutions where the learners are Filipinos, but the control and administration over said school is limited or non-existent as far as the Philippine government is concerned.
So let's say, for example, you have the International School of Manila and you have British School Manila. Are these schools under the control of DepEd?
By provision of law, yes. In the case of the British school, as earlier discussed, the RA provides for two provisions by which government exercises regulation. And I understand that these provisions are there because the Constitution expressly provides that the control and administration of educational institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chair. Balikan po natin yung aking tanong, no? Ang tanong ko po kasi it became a very major core of your objection. Your fear of your concerns regarding national security. So ano po ang specific, ano pa ang tuhog? Tumbukin natin. Let us not go to motherhood statements. Let's say you have here our three distinguished colleagues, Congressman Dalipe, Congressman Gonzales, and Congressman J.J. Suarez. Ano po ang kinakatakutan yung gagawin nilang panukalang batas na sa pananaw nyo will lead to major concerns on national security? Ang ibig nyo bang sabihin, takot kayo na merong mga estudyanteng banyaga at hindi Pilipino at dumarami sila sa Pilipinas and this will pose as a national security threat? That's my understanding of...
Mr. Chair, the reservation does not refer to any specific member of Congress. Just to be clear,
No.
it does not refer
Mr.
also
Chair, if I may,
to this specific...
Wag po kasi nating lihisin. I'm giving you an example.
Yes, ma'am. If I may
Yes,
respond.
I only wanted one question. That's on national security. So my question again is, what is the specific, tumbukin mo please. Tumbukin mo, ano ba ang pwedeng mangyari kapag nagkaroon tayo ng economic chacha and this will lead to national security concerns. Pointing our three leaders here was just an example para mas maging specific. And you're telling me that hindi mo tinutumbok na baka sila ang mag-file. No, that's just an example. You have members of Congress here listening and also on Zoom. So, pag pinasa, let me rephrase my question. Pag pinasa ang RBH7 and RBH6 ng Senado, ano ang specific na panukalang batas na kinakatakutan nyo, na sinasabi nyo na paulit-ulit that this will lead to grave concerns on national security? Ang kinakatakutan nyo ba dahil papayagan yung ibang mga banyagang estudyante na pumasok dito ng elementary at high school, sila'y maging terorista?
Mr. Chair, we are in the DepEd concerned about our Filipino learners. And that is our mandate, and they are in
Mr.
our
Chair,
primary
again,
interest.
your answer is a very generic
yes,
statement.
if I may,
Your answer is you are concerned about the students. We all are.
Yes, ma'am.
But my question is, what is the specific link?
Yes, ma'am. If I may be able to establish the link. In the situation, as stated earlier, if Congress, and I'm not referring to this Congress, in the future, given the removal of the limitation in the current provision of the Constitution, that control and administration is vested in Filipino citizens, we are just concerned of a future situation where the control is lifted and there might be a deviation from what is being taught as a standard across all schools.
So again, the
administered by
deviation
DepEd.
is in relation to morals and values.
Morals,
and Filipino
values,
culture.
ideologies, and other matters, Mr. Chair, that if in the event that the control or regulation of government is withdrawn, there would be no accountability on said
Ang ibig ba natin
school.
sabihin, baka sakaling mawalan ng kontrol ang gobyerno at ngayon yung school na yon o yung paaralan na yon ay ituturo sa mga estudyante ang pagiging terorista. Is that your specific fear?
Not specifically that.
Then what is the national security concern that you are concerned about?
Perhaps if the ideologies, Mr. Chair, are
What
no longer
specific
concerned.
ideologies?
If off the top of my head,
No, Mr. Chair, if I may, pasensya na po, Yusek, in this discussion, it should not be your personal opinion. It should be what was discussed within the premises of the Department of Education, because this is an official statement. And my understanding is that this was thoroughly discussed by Execom, the USEX, the ASEX, and all those involved in crafting this. Because it's a government institution. Ano po ba ang naging reason? Yun lang kung meron. But Mr. Chair, if I may, kung kunyari medyo talaga namang pati sila nalilito dahil hindi rin nila maintindihan yung kanilang official stand, then we will accept that.
Mr. Chair, I will quote from the position paper, the possible opening up of the control and supervision over schools.
Yeah, again, Mr. Chair, I've read this position paper more than 20 times. And I'm sorry, my question has not been answered. And I do hope that maybe DepEd can just write us and send the August committee an explanation of the link between RBH7 and national security, because I don't want our people to believe in the fallacy that economic chacha and national security is related. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and maraming salamat po.
Okay, floor leader.
Wala na po.
We're done.
Mr. Chairman, this is the 5th day that the Committee of the Whole has deliberated on RBH 7. And by this time, while we have exhaustively and extensively discussed all the issues involved in this resolution, tomorrow morning we will still hear the resource person who would be present here to share their thoughts. And hopefully, the interpellations of the members will be limited on new matters that will be taken up tomorrow. It is the intention, Mr. Speaker, that immediately thereafter, at around after lunch, that we will terminate the interpellations, Mr. Speaker, and proceed to adopt the resolution, and hopefully, if the same is adopted, to instruct the Secretariat to prepare the committee report for its submission to the Committee of the Whole for its adoption. So just to inform the members that that will be our proposed procedure tomorrow, and that hopefully before we open the session we will finish the Committee of the Whole proceeding before we have a session tomorrow afternoon. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend consideration of RBH 7. So move.
There's a motion to suspend consideration of RBH 7. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Floor
I
leader.
move, Speaker, that Mr. Chairman, that we suspend the proceeding of the Committee of the Whole until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So move.
There's a motion to suspend the proceeding of the Committee of the Whole until tomorrow, Wednesday, at 10 a.m. Any objection? Hearing none, the hearing is suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Recording stopped.